This is Anegbete community, situated in Isako Central Local Government Area of Edo State. It is an agrarian community with united people that promotes unity and oneness for peaceful coexistence. The inhabitants of the community migrated from Benin, the cradle of black civilization, a kingdom where king is truly king. The ancestors of Anegbete saw that age was the main determinant of leadership in the rural setting, and the eldest man in the settlement was regarded as the leader who presided over meetings, and his authority is held in high esteem. To further strengthen this unique system of leadership, age group evolved in Anegbete. In Anegbete, age group is categorized into two, that is the common and the noble. Anegbete is rich in cultural heritage, as the community at noon saw the commitment of the festival with the first set rolled out in beauty colors to showcase their might and strength, indicating their feet and ready for the responsibilities behold on them. The streets in the community with a feed up of young men and women adorned with the festival. Later, the royal family takes the stage as their children fight out royally and work in the community to showcase their might and fitness.
My leader.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Oba,
Waya bota na. Ugi bota leso eni wa. Gi bota de na. Oyin gboma. E ma ro na wa te oyin gboma ogun ere. Oyin gboma gi abu. O le no si e na he yi. Uwe udi won e ma yin kan. Oyin gboma. De no so lowo wa. Odo olowo ni ma yo bi ma si. No ma gi ma do lo yi. No masi yi ma gbe no si kema oti oma orí yoma owó fọwọ́ oye gbọ́ wa ya àwẹ̀ tó bó oye bó wẹ̀ tó sábà ọ̀la wò ìmáyò bí máa sí ìrìnà máa gé gbìmọ̀ èdè ló pẹ̀wò ní àríwá náà náà ọgbọ́n ẹgbọ́n yẹ ẹ̀mẹ́ oye gbọ́ wa náà ọ̀tẹ́ mẹ́fẹ́ pásítọ̀ kábàárì wọn lámúrẹ̀.
Ìwé ẹ̀dùn náà wọ́n mẹ́ wáyà bí rẹ̀ ká yẹ wá bí dàmí wá bí tó ta ọ̀fun igbó sáwọ́ bá gbọ́ ya rọ̀ ọba àtọ́ pẹ́.
Iṣẹ́ ọ̀rẹ́ wọn tẹ́wẹ́ Victor Bizigbe.
Ẹ̀dùn náà wùzọ̀ mọ̀ táwọn ẹ̀dùn náà kíkọ́ ẹ̀mí nà rere ọ̀kẹ́ inú mi náà rí dọ́sí yé náà gbọ̀n náà wẹ̀ náà pè fi ayé náà ló pè sórí àbọ̀. Àwọn ẹ̀mẹ̀ pàtàkì mọ̀ àwọn náà gbọ̀n kàn dẹ́nẹ́ náà ká ní òyìn gbọ̀ wọn. Wàyà kàkà bọ́ ràhọ́ yóò tọ̀ ń dáwọ́ ẹ̀mẹ́ wọn ẹ̀ bọ́ wáyọ̀ pín yó. Ngwa nwa bene ewihi gbo ma na bene ya zore imuna na wati be muna nyima oba atokpe
ise
me so bo se je no biero no rie do ba yo kai o do ya fe ewe go tu wa ya oba atokpe
ise
ni wa oye gbo ma ngwa ka wo oye gbo wa ba ya ka wọ́n sọ wẹ̀ bọ́ yà wẹ̀ gbọ́n ká òye gbọ́n ọ̀sẹ̀wẹ̀ ni òun wẹ̀ gẹ́ ọ̀pẹ̀sẹ̀ ọ̀sẹ̀wẹ̀ ni wẹ̀ náà hẹ́ nìní ni màá rí ẹ̀bá wẹ̀ òye gbọ́n gèmí náà fi. bí wọ́n wá sẹ́kì kàkà ní gbẹ́ yìí ọ̀tẹ̀mẹ̀.
ẹ̀dọ́ yà ìpìtàn wẹ̀ ọ̀wọ́n ẹgẹ́ fi ẹ̀wù bì ọgbẹ́ fi ẹ̀wù bì bẹ̀tẹ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ àwọn ọgá ọ̀rọ̀ bì ọ ti gbọ́ bí yọ ẹ ṣe ni ebi náà wọn yẹn kàrà wẹ enuwẹwẹ àìwẹ ẹwọ gèvà ẹ kẹnuwẹ náà bòyìn egbò ẹ wọn náà bòyìn rí àwọn ẹ ìbára wẹ náà bòyìn egbò ẹ nígbà díẹ̀ wẹ náà wò ó wẹ kájà òun ní rí ọmọ àmì wẹ ìwọ ọmọ náà mi náà dí ìmọ̀ àwọ̀ ẹ̀ dá ọ̀gá mi bá lọ mẹ ẹ o ọ̀ sẹ́ni dọ́là kàwé kẹnu náà bòyìn rí àwọn ẹ ìbára náà bọ̀ ọ́ gbọ́ ẹ̀ n'ụdọ na onye gbọra ọka ide ga ní ọbọdá ọmọ anọmẹkọ n'eboti ẹ conscient wẹ ayaghe wẹ yàwó egbèrè ayabóyè nẹdo ọwà onye gbọra yàwó egbèrè òwe ẹdà ẹgbọ ẹ òwe ẹdà ẹkọ òwe rè di ìmẹ náà wò èmi ni wọ ọmọ anáyé náà ògè ni ayé ata ọmọ ẹgbẹ náà di ìmẹ ata ẹyọ ẹgbẹ wò èbò ni àwọn yàsí ọmọ náà kọ̀tọ̀ dí ìmẹ̀ ọmọ akẹ́ sí kọ̀tọ̀ náà bó amẹ́rẹ̀ ni mẹ̀ mú náà dí ìmẹ̀ ọgọ́ mẹ́ amú yága bẹ́ ni àná bó ọ òyìn gbọ́mà wẹ́ ká bóyin náà ká gbó ẹ̀ nẹ̀ òkè àbọ̀yìn ọgọ́ mà bẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ni wíyá náà ká wẹ́ èmi àná ẹ̀ mà wà gbẹ́wà dọ́nà ká wẹ́ bó yà tó ká pa bèbè náà wọ́n ẹ̀ ẹ̀dọ́ pàgìrì ìjésù ká rẹ̀ fún pa ọ̀nà tó ta ọ̀gbẹ́wàgẹ́ Pharisees ya wako pa de tete ya bi gbe mo bo ya ri se ba ya ko se ba ya nyaga pon yo eru ne bo kina ya gbe ti amu e bo ge ina wa ka we Jesu we magana okuo na ima wa mu e be okpi ai ma mu okpi amu e ya ga we mi odo wa me ya we ya na adultery o ko no wu Jesu mazejo ona agbemi voto egbe maka ona wonu da uyi oge Moses ka iwo gbon abere ona mu egbo ge bere o da ba firu gbegbe na gbewa Jesu na agbemi yoto deni ni aze nwa ne mana nda ye mi no ri e ko we iya bo ho ni iya na iya mo wo ho ni ope ni ake mo we Jesu mi one we be ni ayare e ogesi na gbewa ya to bi abo yo ko na ne gbogbo ke yan e Jesu ya tun mu ona wa ko ma no re na no ewi e ma ye ka wo ho de e ma ye we no so na we no fi gbe no ka ona yi go na ona na go na dado na so afilu gbe oge akwa unda oye bu egbe ene iya to bia no kwo yi ade we na ta we na do ta we oji keke wi eri eke wa ya moje eri utapa moyi keke o moje we no bo no we bo ekwa de gboma we ko emi ni we ri obo yi emi no ma mo ere obe mo ti o egwe nu gba lo nege ti mu so no ma no re we bo ni ge ti mi obo yari ojo bo ni ra na re bo yi wegele riri ipelebe wa gba lo wa ni do you we no be re iye keze are gba lo wo nege be ri yo bo guwe ya we gbe ga ya bo yen ne do o yin gboma we ka bo ge gbo ene u ke ga bo re oba ra to pe
what's it ayi we dai o ni wa no we ni run ne ku eso ohu o to le owodo iye me ti wa we
iye we o ti na do ti we
owo ewo na we na omi odo
do no
e ku so to
do no
emi no we owa ihe ni owa lu owa ya
oya ti money koto
oye gbo wa no
no
we le buwe uwe no we tie na we mo
ara we owo ni e be ga wi yen ga ka we e mo wi yen na
o yen o so egbe o te me bizu ave foto
mama oye gbo wa na ma ye gun kan na ebo wa kan ta as zibo pa na te empathy mu egwe yo we de we
awo na da
ewa ni buma na te oye gbo ma yan ma yan ka bo ge gbe yan
ake boro ma be gbe wa ya yi
o ni wa me bo ni de wo ma no ayo o ye ke nu da ita paro na ta we o wa na mu diana me no ku odu e ni re o bo no mu dia o ga no wa wo me we no ku gbe ho do re o bu ga we be ye bo ebo na we bless are those who view object from different angles
ukore
bayaka
we
o ma no re emi ni gege ne no ya mu diani o ma no wa ni no ge ogbe fowo bo pa o ka we no ma ye enyo waye no ye wu no ba wo bo pa fufu bo pa fofo wo no pa no ro da wo ewu no fo ye no ro gbe fowo ni ku ye no ro pa we no ba ye ma bere o wa re de ni ya ku ni u ke zemi wa ni iyo gbegbe o ma na wa mi ka te wo pa bon we ase ti se awebo na mu ebo gbegbo mo so kun owo nwori a ne bono re utekun mu do ni o ma ko ma na ga ro emi wo we dege ni na yi me e o sunu da bo kan ga ye we ma na o ni una wa ku o wa pa kan o ki o mo ko no e ma mami uga wa le gbo ene eluwe ki akwe na uda we mo na we da we de ba e jagun we awa ye wo so pa ma na o ma re una wa o re gbo o ki ke e ma o ga mu bo re na re ri ya gbogba e dogba e o re fan ni yakwa so pa e o gba na ye ma ta gba Ọlọ́run fanu me so ba ki ma yo e ma ta gbogba ma ga bi o yo da ga gbe ọba atọpẹ
ise
oye gbo o so ba ge ni maru
ise
una zi o wege enu haru edagbo emi ni u ka ge do awe be we penu ya dunu de owo adwe kinwa oye gbo ma ọtún ní no wájú ẹ̀kìní yóò ní kí ní máa nẹ̀ lẹ́yìn adó ẹ̀ wọ́n tó ọgẹ́ ẹ̀ òyí pọ̀ wọ́n ayé náà ẹ̀kì àpò wọ́n tó bọ́ sí òní wọ́n á sún ìrìnàrò ìwìnàná údá làdàwẹ̀ yunifásitì údá sún ẹ̀mìnà arigo won migo na ri won atu ya momo no ya dueki uka bowe kinu ado no ajigo ndo na edo mo du arusa oyin gbo
no
oni oyin gbo oni iresi nu zeda gbo ọmọ tí ìdókì yóò dà ìsábà náà jù wá sí ìdá dàbí ọdọ olóògùn wúre ọdọ olóòkú accident rè ọdọ olóòkú èèyàn bá lọ́yà fẹ́ ọdọ alàgbé ẹgẹ ní wẹ tó bú ẹdọ aṣọ wẹ ẹ̀rọ síọ́nà yóò rí ẹgbẹ́ mátì ẹnu wa zero makata sí pé náà wẹ ọ̀rẹ́ ìwọ̀n ní sinúpò pọ̀ kárẹ̀lẹ̀ wẹ̀yẹ̀ pé wẹ̀yẹ̀ rẹ̀ wọ̀wẹ̀ wẹ́ẹ̀ ekele tó yá láwẹ̀ wọ̀wẹ̀ òkè wa pàyà fi òbóyọ̀ òtò wẹ̀ igbó ìrọ̀jà kò wẹ̀ wọ́n yóò dá wà wẹ́gbẹ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ ẹgbẹ̀ yóò wà wẹ́gbẹ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ wà wẹ́gbẹ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ oyè gbọ̀n ẹ̀ nọ wà kíákíá máa wà gbọ́ yín egbó ààrẹ wẹ̀lú àwọn wẹ̀wẹ̀ ẹ̀ agbó ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀sán ló bọ́ ẹ̀rì ní alẹ́ gbìnà ọ̀sìnyàwó èrí ìyàwó ẹ̀rẹ́ yàfẹ́ ó yẹ yàkọ̀kọ́ ní àìní ẹ̀dà sábàánà ẹ̀jẹ̀ ìṣẹ́kànláwà gbé òye gbọ́wà olówó èrí yàfẹ́ ẹ̀nà màrú àgbà ọkọ̀tọ̀ àwọn akàbọ̀ rẹ̀ dèmìnì láwọn rẹ̀ dàgbọ̀n rẹ̀ ẹ̀yẹ́ bá so zẹ́rì ilé lọ́rẹ́ do ní mẹ́wàá pátá rẹ̀ yá ó pàálí ọ̀rọ̀ bọ́nà ló ṣépè ìwé nínàna àgbọ̀nrí màrẹ́ ìmì rẹ̀ ó lè ta màá wọn wọ́n ó sàrọ́bọ̀ ọmọ níwà ọmọ nẹ̀nà bẹ́gbò jẹ́ ọwọ́ èrè sí ìrìn àzọ ìrìn àrò wọ́n ìzẹ̀ṣẹ́ ní ìrìn àyàwó náà dìrò dẹ oyin gbèrò ẹ̀hún bú mi sopa ùdẹ́kùn ẹwà rẹ̀ ẹ̀hún dáhùn náà rẹ̀ wíwá sùn ẹ̀ gidigidigidi ẹ̀ẹ́rí ọ́ èrí ìbò yẹn rẹ̀ yé rẹ̀ court èrí ọ̀rẹ́ yé ọ̀rẹ́ wò ó èrí ọ̀rẹ́ yé rẹ̀ ilé lè yáfẹ́ nàyàwó ẹ̀dágún wà yáfẹ́ náà gbé kọ́kọ́tọ̀ náà rẹ̀ ẹ̀hún náà mẹ́wẹ́ àwẹ̀ pásítọ̀ ẹgbẹ́ nọ́tọ́ àkẹ́wẹ́ ìyẹn yà á wọ̀ wí nẹ́ẹ̀dẹ̀ lórí báìbù òsàlóbọ̀ àyàwó yìí náà yẹ ọmọ náà òye gbọ́ wà náà yìí náà ìbáìbù ní mú rẹ̀ náà ọ̀há sùn ẹsẹ̀ dágùn rẹ̀ ní máa mẹlùwẹ̀ náà gbọ́ àti ẹ̀ ǹdọ́ owó ìfọwọ́ ẹ̀ ó gbèrà gbèrè ó yẹ ìyà pẹ̀lú báìbù rẹ̀ wọ́n náà dùnà ẹ dùnà anyway di máa rẹ̀ ní irú wẹ́nà sí irúpò púpọ̀ kàrẹ̀lẹ̀ púpọ̀ ọjọ́ wèé ní ìmá ìwà jẹ́ náà rẹ̀ dó rà wẹ́nà ọjọ́ wèé sọ ègbé ẹ̀rẹ́ ẹ̀yà tá o máa yẹ ẹ̀gbọ́ ayá karùn dá ó ní ọwọ́ irú yìí náà ó wà rẹ̀ àwọn àmàwọ̀ ẹ̀ wọ́n wà á dùn ẹ̀kí nìyà ẹ̀rẹ́ ẹ̀ bẹ̀ ayá rẹ̀ ọ̀dá o máa lò dẹ̀nà rí láwọ́ ní ojú yìí náà ilé ọwọ́ ní òwe ẹgbọ́ àárín náà máa mànúwé rẹ́gbà máa rẹ̀ nílé òvíọ́ ẹ̀ ẹ̀sẹ̀sẹ̀ rẹ̀ sí lórí máa wà dùn ẹ̀ náà.
dọ́mùsà ẹ̀dùnú pẹ̀ wà hẹ́rin manana ẹ̀sìn lọ́kàn ẹ̀nàwẹ̀ òyìn gbọ́mà ọ̀wẹ́ yàwó ìgbére ayabóyìn ẹ̀dọ́ ẹ̀dẹ̀nuwẹ̀ bóyìn ẹ̀gìn àwọn ẹ̀dẹ̀dọ̀wọ́ bọ̀ gbọ́ ẹ̀ àrùn dógún ọmọ yìí òbí ògbé yìí adàfin ayaba ẹ̀ wò dá o nù dá òyìn ègbèrò ẹ̀ òyìn ẹ̀dẹ̀nu abóyìn ọmọ àbẹ̀ wò bọ̀yọ̀ wọ̀ ẹ̀ enuwẹ̀ wọ̀ máa yẹ ní ara wẹ̀ ẹ̀ wò ọwẹ́ ẹ̀yí fi obi ẹ̀ àzẹ́ yìí ọ̀nà sogogogo yìí ọ̀nà balọ̀ egbò a sùkúmẹ́ òbí ẹ̀rẹ̀ ní ẹgbẹ́ wò wọ́n rò ó rẹ̀ èrí bí ọ́ ní wákẹ́ aka ẹ̀ nù dá uka bòye gbò ẹ̀ uboye we emi ni wo mana ina di me awe ebo oni oyin gbo ma we pa bo wi e o pa ba so uri nwina emi nu mari e uya yari e du we no wo we awe ebo o mo mo ma mu yo bobo we ga so wa we to ta wa si won agbo wa lo wa ni kwa we na wo gba lo ri efieze o money no te wa utititi uya ekene fun e we gogo we ekene mirie we wo boro obo uboye gbo eni wewe uyo mo kyan meme oga owo no wo utoge no kwo ye owo dore oga owo no wo we boye gbo enu wege nu da owe ebode na duza ere doka edenu samobara kekete sumozo ona bio enyanwe edo okan be no baloje we ka boye gbo ene di me no wo waze emu eda na ibote e poison yo ma aye no wa wu baba na we ka bo we onegbo e du we no wo wa soge no wo ma yisi wunare ka bo onegbo e du we no wo emi kemi no ma wo agbon na okeke aka ya dai ona mana mi bota ona wo to ota okole ota ya ni yo wa we ya ge we enu we go gwie wa dori e wota ona so na mi are di o ma ni bun odo ari o ya wota ye dede no bun ora ri o ya wota nunda e go gwie ni ye gbe ye ma be ka go tagare o ma be ka we o saga boye e me so ga wa wu ori ya kwere agbon ye ga lene o ga isota ye ga gwali yobo o ma nu me ma wo yobo na o nu we iku yo wodo we no do wo yobo nu a o ma nu to we yo gbe we no do wo yobo nu a o de nu ma lase we o na nu we na do mi emi esi noro ero boye gbo we ka o da we ute we ni kemi ka o ni ya una ma o ni eti owo sa o kwiki ane mila ne meruru we ti ga wo nya we emi ni opa u o ma police o ma oba o ma ebo o ma baba ya wa nwe inwe ebo ede imi wa u we iyere we osa o kwe no hodin oba ga to pe
eni wa ya wa da mata na oye gbo ma gwakana oye gbo ke din yen se
osa kwe no hodin oye gbo ake di me se we emi we awo ri ohun we gbe we oye gbo wa ino we emi nu ko nu were
wa ya fi gbo we ma ri we oye gbo wa no ami wa na gbo oye gbo wa e ro se mo na tela jana ma do we emi no ika bege na oye gbo wa ri ko ro o to se lewo obu wa na buse o na buse ma mi we na wo we ye aba America we ya masuye ni we da do we ye wo ni sikema ma we na ye ekinado ma we na ye e no lare e ke o fi gbon no wa e ke petrol no wa e ke o na ya pe no wa we o ye ni ya ma poke abo mo tagbo ya fe you wo no we oye oni petrol poke amaki so pa adogo obi ogwe enu maki Nigeria ma fese awu ma te fese ni Nigeria so pa olowo anori ma ye o pe po lo so
o amen
buda ewa mama si ti boyin gbe
no ma boyin gbe ni ko na bisi
na ya ru ni na ya mi we egbe roko me o ari na da do we ma no oye gbo o te ere me kan pa ni oye gbo oye re mo
we na ye agun ade na ọmọ no ni egbe ona o we no give ebe ri o ihe agun e mo na si won o we o ne gbe
iyo ne gbe me o iyo ne gbe iyo ne gbe me iyo ne gbe iyo ne gbe
iyo ne gbe
iyo ne gbe
ki ma o no ge bi ma so di ma o ni egbe ma o ga se ti aro egbe ri o we fi gbogbo yi do buda we oyin gbo wọn na we na de ti o e de gbogbo igawe mi na e no mano una we da wi o ge ba edogbonu ye ori hiyan we hina le pega awe agagwa le mi mata awe na bu o
ni
we na mi we ye oge kebe ko no we gbe ko ni bisi ya gbo gbagagbe ara tere won re eso tu asin fun wa eso me o meso abegi mama ebo ni wa de fi abegi mo so di ha wa ta gbe pa on ya aswe na gbe enike mi
aswe mo ego
ni do ni wagi ma we ni gbima ma we we da we oge bi ma re ka we akwe ro akwe wa ro o ba ko ka wa akwe ro ona wa aru na o tere ta ba okeke odori oya ayo okeke omo ugo
Emma.
Jàrá mata ọba àtọ́pẹ́.
He said.
Anyway, ẹ̀jẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ tàn bọ̀ ní. Oyè gbọ́ mà. Àhẹ̀bẹ́ ni. Wẹ́rì náà oyè gbọ́ mà. Oyè màtá náà. Wẹ̀yà gẹ̀ẹ́gẹ̀ bó ti nílá ìjọ náà oyè gbọ́ mà. N'ẹ̀jẹ̀ abú. Wọ́n sẹ́. Èmi bù ní báyìí yìí mú kánìà. Ìhò ní gbọ́ mà. Ẹ̀rọ oyè gbọ́ mà. Ìhò ní ọwọ́ ẹ̀wò oyè gbọ́ mà. Ẹ̀yin náà sùnú ya bẹ́ẹ̀ abẹ́ òtúnṣe wẹ̀wò. Àwọn politician. Iye ẹ̀rọ lẹ́gbẹ́
Ọwọ́ tí yẹn dẹ́ yẹn àṣà.
Ìyẹn dẹ́ yẹn àṣà.
Yẹn lu ẹ̀ ẹ̀gẹ́rọ.
Ẹ̀ma ní nílé èbé yẹ ẹ̀rí náà nu wẹ̀ wọ́n yẹ ẹ̀. Ọba nu wẹ̀ mú gbọ́tọ̀ wáyà mú gbọ́tọ̀ yẹ ògèlè bọ́yè fẹ́ ni ọ̀nà òkè nẹ ọ̀nà dẹ̀yà. Òkè nu yé nẹ òkè rẹ̀ máa tà lọ.
Biribiri. Gbogbo ń ta.
Àwọn àgbẹ̀fọ̀ náà aláyẹ̀ bọ́sẹ̀ kan náà yàwó ẹ̀jẹ̀ ọwọ́ dẹ̀nẹ̀.
Ọwọ́ dẹ̀nẹ̀. Gbọ́sọ̀ wà sí kọ́ wọ̀sẹ̀ yẹn yìí kẹ́.
Ọwọ́ dẹ̀nẹ̀.
Ọwọ́ dẹ̀nẹ̀. Ọyẹ pọ̀ wà.
Ọ̀rọ̀ ṣe gbẹ̀yìn.
Wọ́n yà ya ayé ẹ̀.
Ọ̀dọ́ bí.
Ọ̀rọ̀ ṣe gbọ́dọ̀ ọ̀dọ́ bí. Wọ́lá yìí máa ń gé máa so máa ń gẹ̀ ẹ̀wò so. Ẹgbẹ́ ní káta rẹ̀ ń sọ̀rọ̀ gbéra. Iná wẹ̀ ọ̀yọ́bọ̀ wájú yìí ni à. Ọ̀wẹ́ Hausa, Igbo,
Yoruba.
Ẹ̀yin màá yá rí amọ́ ẹ̀mọ́ ẹ̀rẹ̀ owó ebè èso. Ọrí màá náà do ẹ̀wọ́ rẹ̀ ẹ̀wọ̀ àyíkó. Wọ́n ní ìdíyẹ máa wẹ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ iṣẹ́ rẹ̀ lórí màá ṣe bona èrí màá yá ṣe ẹ̀wọ̀.
Hausa.
Ọrí màá wù yín ni màá wù màá tẹ́ àmì àmọ́ ẹ̀mọ́ ẹ̀. Ni màá tẹ̀ rúpù ọ̀rọ̀ Hausa màá yá tẹ̀ ọrí Igbo màá yá tẹ̀ ọ̀rẹ́ Yorùbá máa yá tí ẹ̀ ẹ̀rin àti ọ̀rẹ́ àòpọ̀n ẹ̀yẹ ìjọba iná ẹniwọ̀n ẹ̀ ìmá dàbí ọba ọ̀rẹ́ dò ẹni máa ọmọ náà bá nẹ́dò kó àpọ̀tọ̀ ọ̀tọ̀ ọba ìpẹ̀wọ́ba náà sí yóò yọ pé ní máa rẹ̀ yá máa èbí máa ẹ̀dùn náà sẹ́ ẹ̀ ẹniwọ̀n ẹ̀yá ìwẹ̀ ẹni máa yà mọ́ ẹ̀ ìbótà ọ̀rẹ́ dẹ̀ náà yóò tọ̀ ọba àtọ́pẹ́
Ìṣẹ́.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Top on the list of the initiates was the eldest son of the Esama of Benin and former governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosakare Igbenedion. 11 of his siblings, namely Bright Ayamekwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osemwike Igbenedion, Peter Osawari Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osanwi Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osare Igbenedion, Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Ukbonwa Enes Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, Agbon Steve Igbenedion, as well as the Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ugbeide Nwonse. It was a vital aspect of Okada community's cultural heritage, which emphasized the significance of age, responsibility, and community service. Over 50 notable sons of Okada were also initiated. According to tradition and customs, those initiated, dressed in white traditional attire, were made to undergo some rituals, while the Odionwe pronounces blessings on them and assisted them to take a seat with the elders.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Yeah, a big one there on the papers. We have it on the Guardian newspaper, where the headline says, on insecurity, federal government under pressure over fresh attacks on troops. Airstrike fallout. You get that on page 6 of the Guardian newspaper. Anxiety over opposition's future as ADC PDP await Supreme Court ruling. You get that also on news page 6. Nigeria misses $3.3 billion oil windfall as $25 billion Nigeria-Morocco pipeline progresses. You get that on page 3. And 12 years after, Chibok parents demand global action as 87 girls remain missing. Too sad. And that's it on the Guardian newspaper.
Away from the Guardian newspaper, let's turn our attention now to the Daily Trust newspaper with the big headline today that says, against odds, ADC holds convention happening today in Abuja. Well, away from that, tariff cuts on vehicles rise could weaken local production, experts warns. Court to rule on RFI's bill application today. You get that story on page 6 of the Daily Trust newspaper. And interestingly, Daily Trust apologizes over wrong use of pictures. Okay, really great. Taking accountability for reaction. That is quite good. While other interesting headlines this morning on the front page of the Daily Trust newspaper, it says, again, commander soldiers killed in Boko Haram ambush on page 5, and that's all the Daily Trust have in stock for us this morning.
And of course, still we go to the Vanguard newspaper, where still talking about the issues of insecurity, where terrorists killed Colonel and 6 soldiers during a raid on military base in Borno. And of course, that's a big challenge, where also how federal government is responding to economic shock. Erdogan has that to say on the Middle East war. And of course, this says policy missteps in trade systems may hurt consumers. Experts have that to say. Say Naira stability comes at heavy cost as FX reserves decline. And that's it on the Vanguard.
Away from the Vanguard newspaper, the New Telegraph is up next. Leading with insecurity, it says, terrorists kill Colonel, 6 others during raid on military base in Borno State. Same state again. Really sad. Well, subwriter says, Mopol, 13 others killed in Benue attacks. Tinubu meets service chiefs as representatives hold security summit in Plateau today. Well, yesterday we heard in the news that there was a meeting, an indoor meeting with the service chiefs with our president. Well, still on the New Telegraph newspaper, Senator Lawan calls for independent, transparent probe of Yobe tragedy. SEC freezes accounts linked to terror financing allegations. Okay, on page 2, 3, 6, 25, 29, and 30, you get details of that story. Shatima demands new framework for youth leadership development on page 3. Economic crisis, stop looking for scapegoat. Take responsibility. Obi tells Tinubu on page 5. NNPP faction insists on recognition, writes INEC on page 4. ICPC court adjourns RFI's bill hearing till today. Well, we're looking forward to the outcome of that hearing. I didn't deny ADC use of Eagle Square. Who was speaking? Wiki. As ADC representatives demand Amopiton's sack, persecution says democracy in danger. Over 2,500 delegates arrive Abuja for convention, which is taking place today amid the hustle and bustle that went on with them getting a venue for the convention. Now, finally, Middle East crisis, Strait of Hormuz blockade against global interest. China speaking, urges restraint. I am not a politician. I have no fear of Trump administration. Who is speaking? The Pope. U.S. judge dismisses $10 billion Trump defamation suit against WSJ. And finally, it says that taking too much vitamin D can backfire, scientist says in a report. Well, that's all on the New Telegraph this morning.
Yeah, when we have a headline covering the pages of the newspapers, it shows that it becomes a sorrowful song if it's on a bad taste, and that's where we have insecurity here. So it's outrage over murder, as we look at Daily Sun, outrage over murder of Colonel and 6 soldiers in fresh terrorist raid on Daily Sun. Outrage over murder of Colonel and 6 soldiers in fresh terrorist raid. And again, Wiki, I never denied ADC orders use of Eagle Square. Wiki has that to say. And of course, let's look at this where it says, I will soon decide on Abia Guba contest, says Reps Deputy Speaker Kalu. IMF warns Nigeria orders against policy missteps. Sharia Council insists on resignation of INEC chairman. And of course, Ndume cries out over escalating insecurity in Borno. There's much we can take on the pages of the newspaper. Do well to go get them and internalize. We take a short break, and after that, we'll be taking our first segment of the conversation from the Benin studio, where we'll be looking at some dilapidated, infrastructures. Of course, the road project of Udo Ofunama, and what is happening in the disrepair and what government should be doing. So it's an opportunity to put that on the spotlight and see what the government is spending her hard-earned, taxpayers' money and resources for. We'll take a short break and we'll dive into that. Do stay. Well, they say the essence of government is to look into, infrastructures, bring about developments across states and, of course, communities. But when we begin to see dilapidated roads, disrepair, and having an opposite of what it should be, then questions are being asked. What is the government doing? We understand the fact that there's been, fuel subsidy removal, so the government won't basically have excuses to give for not seeing developments in each state. Well, we will be having this very, very important topic on abandoned Udo Ofunama Road project, addressing the challenges. And joining me to have this discussion, I have with me Ambassador Egelu Edise Amy Bright, Acting National Secretary, Ijaw Youth Council Worldwide. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning. Good morning, Nigeria.
All right, you are the Acting National Secretary of IYC Worldwide. Welcome.
As Assistant Secretary and Acting Secretary, IYC Worldwide.
Okay, welcome. Well, we have been having this issue concerning the Udo Ofunama Road project. What do you have to say about it?
The Udo Ofunama Road is a road that links several communities, including the Gbema Kingdom, the Olodema Kingdom, and even the Okomu Kingdom. And these are riverine communities. And that road is a symbolic road that we regard as a road of inclusion, because, the Jaws are people that we are balkanized into different states, and we have been marginalized in some extent. So the road has been abandoned for a very long time now, for over 13 years. At least this year make it 14 years. That road was awarded by the NDDC. So, and there have been series of calls and even protests regarding that road. And I'm still joining my voice with my people to call on the relevant authorities to make sure the road is being completed.
When you say that your group has been marginalized, I don't get it, because even Nigerians entirely are being marginalized. And so
no.
Are you linking that to the road project? And if we look at it actually, can we say that there was a contract awarded on that road?
Yes, there was a contract awarded by the NDDC.
Okay. What about mobilization on site?
Yes, there was mobilization on site after the awarding of the contract in April 20th, 2012. But the road is not even a long road. So just a 47-kilometer road that ordinarily is supposed to be done swiftly. But unfortunately, about 3 or 4 kilometers were completed while leaving the actual place that connects the riverine communities. And you can even see the pictures and videos of the road, how depleted it is. The communities, they depend on that road for survival. It's not just for transportation purpose, because of the locations we find ourselves. But with the look of things and the way the road is, it's uncalled for.
Okay, but we also have similar roads everywhere, and sometimes we want to wonder why government is, taking time, most especially when contracts are being given. Sometimes it takes a long time for them to mobilize to site. But again, what has your group been doing in respect of the point where mobilization was on site? how have you interfaced with the people inside?
You know, Ijaw people, we are peace-loving people. We are violence-free, I must tell you. We accommodate. Even why workers were mobilized to sites, there was no form of disagreement with them or try to disturb their work. But of course, we encourage them, we embrace them.
Were they attacked?
Never attacked. They were never attacked. So they worked to an extent, they left. When they left, the riverine communities were short of words, knowing fully well, because initially they were happy that yes, contractor has come, therefore the road will be completed. But unfortunately, they left. So since from the moment they left, there has been agitations that this road should be completed. And calls have been going on, calling on the NDDC and the relevant authorities to please call them back to site.
Okay. You talked about the economic viability.
Yeah.
That's a lot of people, their livelihood depend on that. Can you spotlight what exactly this road could be disturbing in terms of your community?
Okay. Like I mentioned earlier, the road is not just a transportation route, but a mix of survivor for the riverine communities. You know, our communities are, well, let's say, politically, they are not being carried along. And I must tell you, there are no infrastructural developments in our riverine communities. Most of the things we find in our communities there are self-help.
You say there are no infrastructural development?
Yes.
You mean you can't even name one? Is that what you're talking about?
No health centers, no health centers, no schools, no pipeline waters, and so on. The normal basic social amenities we are supposed to benefit from the government.
Do you vote in elections?
Yeah, we do. And I can even still tell you, even common electricity we don't have. There is no electric post standing in our riverine communities. That is to tell you how bad it takes over there.
Okay, but you are an executive member,
yeah,
and you've been in office for how many years?
For 2 years and 9 months plus.
Okay, and before that, you also had an ESCO that transmitted power to your present ESCO.
Sure.
What has been done in the previous years?
Okay.
In terms of engagement, because we understand that whenever it's election period, there's always an opportunity for some community leaders or associations to take what they see as stomach infrastructure. Shouldn't the focus be on getting the right persons in power? Have you engaged your people in this issue? Because it's one thing for us to say we have dilapidated roads. It's another for us to speak truth to power in terms of the fact that whatever we see today is as a result of what we failed to do yesterday.
Like I mentioned earlier, we Ijaw people, we always speak truth to power. We are known for our confidence globally. Because of the situation we found ourselves, especially the riverine communities, we are not after speaking, meeting politicians or during, because election is by the corner, to extort money and all of that. We always stand for the truth and speak truth to power. And the essence why I'm joining my voice with people today, not just people, but people from my area who has been calling, because there has been agitations and leaders within our riverine communities. I am a national officer in the IYC, a national acting secretary. We have sub organizations in the community level, we have in the clan levels and the rest. From the community level, they have engaged. Even the clan chairman, our clan chairman in the Gbema community has also been engaging, calling for the completion of the road. And we also have an Ugbo, a sub-organization at the kingdom level, which is the Gbema Kingdom. The road is Udo Funama, a Gbema road. Yeah. At the Gbema level, they have also called, they have engaged severally to the extent that they even carry out a protest to Port Harcourt, as far as Port Harcourt, to NDDC headquarters, wherein they were called and a series of meetings took place, but it's being delayed.
Okay.
It's been delayed. The process has been delayed. So we are calling on the NDDC and other relevant authority to come to our aid and please complete the road.
Have you interfaced with the state government?
With the state government on this road?
Yeah.
We mainly focus on the NDDC because they were the one who awarded the contract.
Okay.
Yes, before it was abandoned.
All right. I want to really thank you for at least keeping the peace, because there's always need for us to check all of this. It's not at every time, you know, people pour out in protest just because of one reason or the other. But if you look at the road project, you know, that is supposed to be on that, it should have been massive.
Sure.
And sometimes we wonder what must have happened. So can you really pinpoint what year that contract was awarded?
Okay. The contract was awarded 20th of April 2022. 2022, yeah.
That's 4 years back.
2012, not 2022. 2012, yeah. That's 14 years back. 14 years back.
All right. So how has life been for your community all this while? Do you have other roads you use?
Life has been extremely difficult.
Is that a major road?
That is the major road. It's a link road.
Or you have other routes you take?
The other routes that are available are the river routes, and it's costly. It's costly, and even because it's the only road connecting these communities, even why the road is not okay, they manage to pass through. But I could tell you they suffer in it.
What about the security of that road? Because whenever we have issues like this, there's always, it becomes a flashpoint.
Yeah, security wise, like I mentioned earlier, the job people, they are loving people they are accommodating. So for security, there is no security threat in that area. So even while the road is very bad, there has never been a time we had robbery or other stuffs on the road.
Okay, because people have a way of securing themselves.
Yes, we have a way of securing ourselves.
All right, thank you very much, Ambassador Ighelu. Ambassador Ighelu is the acting National Secretary, Ijaw Youth Council Worldwide. So what's your appeal? Because we understand that NDDC basically is supposed to mobilize that and finish the project. But the way it is now, it appears that the project has been abandoned completely.
Yeah, sure.
So what would you say is your plea to the state or federal government?
Yeah, my appeal to the NDDC and also to our sister, Honorable Barrister Omosade Egbelendion, who is in the 10th Assembly representing Ovia Southwest constituency. My appeal to them, because we want our voice to be amplified in such a way that the relevant authorities can hear us and come to our aid. My appeal is for them to mobilize to site as soon as possible, because the people are really, really suffering. I must tell you, our people are suffering. When it's raining, the road will just be muddy in a way that vehicles find it very difficult. Our people spend hours on that road to get to their destination. There is no way for them to transport foods, other agricultural products and other things.
But you have government schools in that area also.
The government schools, let me also bring your mind in. The government schools, like one of our communities, my community, Abera community, the government school there was built by us, which was self-sponsored. When I was the union president, National Union of Abera Students, when I was the president of the school, of the community association,
yeah,
together with some of my colleagues, my mates, we single-handedly, previous tenure before mine though, not mine particularly, we single-handedly donated to establish the secondary school.
You built a school and donated it to the government?
Yeah, we established the school at first. It was a private school. Later we handed the school to the government. Today it's a government school, but thank God recently teachers were even posted to the school to tell you by the government of Edo State, to tell you how we have strived within to make sure that at least we still survive to an extent. And because this road is also a barrier. It's the biggest barrier we have. The road is not just linking the states in Edo State, the villages in Edo State. You also link the other villages from the Delta, where I am from as well. the Delta communities in the Groma Kingdom. So we all depend on that road. So my appeal is that government should please come to our aid and mobilize society for the completion of the Odo Funama.
Thank you very much, Ambassador, for taking our time to be part of this. Ambassador Egelo Edese Emi Bright. Big thanks for taking our time. We just hope that the government at all levels will be intervening into this issue so that we can have some respite at Odo Ofunama Road, most especially when the NDDC at the point, you know, was given the contract. And how much was it awarded?
It was awarded at 6 billion as of that time.
Wow.
But unfortunately, from reports, from the NDDC reports available to me per se, that a section of that money was paid for mobilization, but later on, the money wasn't enough. I think that was the basic reason they returned. They never completed it.
All right, thank you. Well, you've heard that, and most especially where the government must be, you know, brought into action to tackle that road on Odo Funama, and the communities basically need help in that direction, most especially. Well, this is much we can take on this segment. We're going to be taking a short break, after which we will be having another segment of conversation where we'll be looking at the strengthening of the opposition ahead of the 2027 general elections. To stay. Opposition is seen as healthy, producing a healthy rivalry ahead of 2027 is what we're about today on Countdown to 2027 Strategy, Structure and Survival of the Opposition. Well, joining me to discuss this via Zoom from Canada, I have with me Prince Harrison Ehimian, PhD, lecturer, Department of Political Science, University of Benin, and former Principal Private Secretary to the GMD NNPC, Honorable Minister, State Petroleum Resources, Nigeria. Prince Harrison Ehimian, welcome. Can you hear me, Prince Harrison?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
Thank you very much, and good morning from my end.
All right, also joining me via Zoom, I have the person of Christopher Ojekere. Christopher Ojekere is the Edo State Media Coordinator, and he is joining me via Zoom from Abuja. Good morning, Chris.
Yeah, good morning, Philip. Edo State Publicity Secretary of the ADC.
Thank you for that, Christopher Ojekere. Let's start with you, Chris. There's been issues on the front burner over the opposition, and of course, your party, the ADC, has been in the eye of the storm, and of course, there has been various struggles, and I understand that you are already in Abuja also, you know, to tackle this issue. And where are you? Where do you see the opposition at present? Is it that their hope seems to be very, very thin ahead of 2027 for your party?
Well, I'm in Abuja to attend our national convention, which we'll be holding today at Area 11, where I am right now. That's why I'm in Abuja. The opposition in Nigeria have been sustained by the resilience and inexorable attitude of the ADC that has refused to go under, irrespective of what has been the barrage of affliction that has been visited upon it by the ruling party APC. APC's agenda, which has become obvious and audible even to the deaf and visible to the blind, has been how to emasculate, how to destroy the opposition, and then leave only a one-party state to contest the 2027 election. This, by art and design, and by default and by deliberate action, has been the activities and action of the APC 12th opposition party. They succeeded in decimating the PDP to the point right now where the PDP have become decimated to the point where they are unable to produce a candidate for 2027, and even Wike, who is the instrument of destruction, is posing to become the presidential candidate of the PDP just to ensure that they secure that ticket for themselves through a proxy. They moved into the Labour Party and did the same. And they have tried to do it in the ADC. But we have shown resilience, we have shown strategy and tactics. This convention we are holding this today, we started from our congresses in the worlds, in the LGA up until this time, wouldn't be holding today if we submitted to the antics and deliberate manipulation of the interpretation of a court judgment, the appeal court judgment by Amupita, who unfortunately Nigerians now call amputee, whose matter, if it comes up here, we are going to have to show how his credibility and integrity have been turned to tatters. Somebody who is already denying his own identity, that has been carefully recorded over 2 decades online and on social media. We'll come to that. So all of these have been the activities, inimical activities against the ADC. But the ADC has shown strategy. So contrary to what you expect that we are chickening out, we are growing even stronger. Just to let you know that if you check your records, between the day that Amupita made that wrong announcement and the morning of it the next day, 40,000 people registered online in the ADC. And from that day on, the floodgates of defectors have been flooding the ADC, especially in the north. So the ADC approach, which has been bottom up, going into the grassroots to ensure that while the ruling party was harvesting governors, generals without armies, we were harvesting their armies. And now we have all their armies who have all deserted their generals. And the ADC is swelling in grassroots growth, whereas they are thinning out there at the top of the pyramid. In fact, I won't be surprised when you see that those governors are now defecting back to the ADC. So we are upbeat, we are ready, we are happy, we've got our strategies mapped out, and we are doing business. So we are in the game for 2027.
Thank you, Chris. Well, let's get to you, Prince Harrison from Canada. Well, you have the grip of what is happening in Nigeria. And of course, it has been said that there seems to be some plans or activities going on there, in the APC to cripple opposition. I don't know what your thoughts are in this direction, in building a virile opposition ahead of 2027. Harrison.
Thank you very much, and good morning to our viewers and listeners across the globe. Yes, I've been abreast with situations in our country, and quite frankly, there is no nation that will strive under a one-party system. A very good democracy in any nation is anchored on the opportunity given to citizens to choose across party lines who governs them at every point in time. If we begin to run things in such a way that choices of citizens are stiffened and choices are limited just to one particular party, that obviously will not do us good. Where we are thinking towards is a situation where we are beginning to see authoritarianism. We are beginning to see people not given opportunity to decide who should govern them at a particular point in time. And if this continues, I am afraid that even the next generation will not be able to see a country again. But that having said, currently I know very well that the opposition, the ADC is presently putting forward seems to be very strong. They are waxing stronger on a daily basis in spite of adversity from the government of the day. But these are things that are not alien to Nigerian political system and observers, and those who are actually deep in the political system of Nigeria. these are recurring decimals. These are things that resurfaces each year in political cycle. And it seems we are obviously not learning because years ago during the President Jonathan's time, all of these has also played out. And we are having a repeat of these. But I am glad to hear today that the ADC are still on with their convention and whatever it is that they need to do to strengthen democracy. Thus far, they seems to be the only, I know there are other oppositions also, but thus far they seems to be the only stronger opposition giving the present government a nightmare and running for their money. But I want to believe that at the end of the day, we should allow the judicial system to possibly decide, but we are also gradually losing hope, losing trust from that system also. But whether we like it or not, the system will definitely rely on a judicial declaration to ascertain the position legally if what we are currently hearing or seeing can stand the test of time. But should that end up being positive, I want to believe that Nigerians will have opportunity to choose between the current political system and within the ADC, another political party, whether LP or any other political party, who should govern them come 2027. My belief will strongly be that Nigeria should not disseminate into a one-party structure where democracy will completely die a natural death. That I'm afraid if we eventually get there. But I pray we don't get there at any time soon.
Okay, I'll come back to you, Prince Himeyan, on very, very important issues that we also discussed. But let's quickly get to you, Christopher. You made mention of the fact that the All Progressives Congress has been, strategizing to weaken opposition. But again, how do you test the capacity of oppositions? Most especially if we look at the personalities involved that came over to ADC. There has been this cross-carpeting, and you also left the PDP for the ADC. Do you see the genuine motive of the party or the opposition, coming out to really, rescue the country from bad governance, or is just a way of political survival?
Well, why political survivor? Why would anybody want to survive politically if not to maintain the intention of politics? The intention of politics always is for a political party to grab power from the ruling party, especially when that ruling party is performing poorly and is, in this case in Nigeria, as in the case in Nigeria, leading the nation into an avoidable, cataclysm. So if it is to survive politically, political science and political activities must be part of democracy and part of nation building. So surviving politically is a positive attitude if you have a group of people wanting to survive politically. What is important is that having survived politically, they use that power for the general good of the people. And that's what we are about. That's what the ADC is about. How to take over power from the ruling party and stem the, unsealed and unsealing taxation that the APC has visited on the Nigerian people, especially when monies from that high taxes and unending taxes are not seen being used for any good purpose. We want to take over power from the ruling party so that Nigerians who are dying by the thousands daily in the hands of bandits, terrorists, and everyone who chooses to attack Nigeria, either in the military barracks or at home, are protected from those hoodlums, are protected from those bandits and terrorists. We want to take over power so that we'll have power where the president who is supposed to be addressing the issue of energy and power is himself looking for palliatives to run Aso Rock. We want to take over power so that the president won't have to be traveling every week and spending more days abroad on medical vacation and on medical treatments that he's spending running the government at home. So political survival is a good thing when you want to take the reign of power and the helm of affairs so that you can have the authority to take decisions and ensure that those decisions are implemented. So when you talk about people just coming in, it is funny in this country when I see anybody pointing finger to anybody. If you actually subject everybody to forensic tests, integrity tests, and all form of indices of measurement, that many is going to be left in the basket. As I always said, Nigerians will be the people that will solve the problems of Nigeria. We are not going to import aliens from anywhere. We will rather learn from those who have had experience and have shown cause and are showing cause daily by abandoning their comfort zones to gather to bear all forms of affliction, all forms of persecution, all forms of name calling.
Okay.
And are struggling to ensure that we will keep the nation together and we keep democracy in place and politics running.
Okay, Christopher. Christopher, you still have the floor. You still have the floor, but you just made mention of the fact that yes, political survival could be positive. And again, you understand the fact that the case your party has is before the Supreme Court's judgment, and of course, you are under a faction of the party, because we understand the ADC has two factions. Why we have that of Senator David Mark and then the order of Nafiu Gombe. What happens if the Supreme Court does not give judgment in the favor of your faction? Would you defect to another party?
Well, we have to be careful the way we use the word faction in Nigeria, because I realize that once you have a disagreement or you have people who are paid to come and malign people, we rush to give them the title of faction. If you are in your home with your family, your children and your wife, Philip, and an eavesdropper or a passerby who means ill stands in front of your house and starts to quarrel in front of your house, and people come out and say you have a faction or a divided family, they won't really be correct. Nafiu Gombe, you mentioned, is not a member of the ADC. It's an agent paid by the APC to come and create a semblance of faction. And then Amopitan, who was appointed and a known APC member, who by his tweets have been shown to be APC member and an APC apologist, who of course is on the same side with the president and the people who are paying Nafiu Gombe to come and create a semblance. You cannot lay claim to an institution that you are not a part of. You have resigned. Forensic experts have looked at it and have seen that you resigned. Your bad spelling of chairman or chairman have revealed a pattern that is yours. Your handwriting have been tested and is yours. So he's a man who left the party because he didn't think that the party has any future. Now the party is growing and then it's becoming, the party to beat. Everybody wants to come back to it and destroy that party because it's a threat to the APC. So it is you outside that use the word faction. I'm giving you the correct situation now. We in the ADC have no faction because you have to be a member of the ADC to factionalize it. We are dealing with an outside aggressor. We are dealing with a paid agent. So your question actually, in essence, does not arise because we haven't had faction in ADC yet. So I remain a member of the ADC, and then we have no reason to have faction right now.
Thank you, Christopher. We just hope that you are able to stabilize that, because we've had this challenge where at every given challenge, we see politicians moving from one party to another. Harrison, please. What do you have to say in that respect? Do you see this as true intentions of politicians coming to save the country, or just for personal survival, using political survival as a way of, dodging the question? Harrison, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Did you get my question?
Yes, I got it. And quite frankly, that's the reality of the political terrain in Nigeria. No matter how we try to sugarcoat it, it is merely a political survival. Whether that will change tomorrow is a different discourse entirely. But currently, what we have in our political system is a group of individuals aggrieved of a particular decision in their former home, coming together to form a political alignment for convenience and for the sake of grabbing power. That hasn't changed. That has been the trading stock. That has been the pattern that we have witnessed over the years, even down to this very moment. The current ADC, obviously, that seems to be the major opposition currently in Nigeria, is also not exonerating itself from that same pattern. No matter how we look at it, that is what it is today. And we should be able to call a spade a spade. Now, the discourse should now be, having decided to come together to grab political power for the sake of convenience, for the sake of it, for either whether you are aggrieved or not, what then happened after thereof? That should be the conversation. And that is where we should begin to set an agenda for them to say, okay, considering what has happened over the years, this is an expectation. This is what Nigerians will expect from you. This is what we think you should do differently from what we are currently experiencing from the current political system or the political actors on stage at the moment. That should be the conversation. Beginning to dodge the questions or what we currently experience, I don't think that obviously will do us any good. For me as an individual, at least I've been old enough in the political system to understand that year in, year out in the political circle, that seems to be the pattern. For the ADC currently, personally, I will begin to ask that, let's begin to ask them the pertinent question that pertains to governance. What are they going to do differently? Yes, they have a very solid ground to begin to propagate their political agenda. They have a very solid platform to begin to sell to Nigerians what they can do differently. I have always told my people that Nigerian system is such that it is a carnivorous in nature, where currently what we have is a system where taxes are raised, fines are raised, people are being stretched on a daily basis. So there are indicators across Nigerians for opposition party to strive. What can they do differently? What are the policy formation? What do they think they can do differently from what APC is currently doing? What can they bring forward to Nigeria? What is actually the agenda? Apart from the mirage of conversations, we are this, we are that. No, we need to begin to sit down to say, okay, considering the policy formation in Nigeria, considering in the next 4 years, these are the things we intend to come and do. It is not a system where we expect them to possibly begin to either reintegrating those from other political parties into them just because they want to grab power. We should begin to see a new pattern system between now and 2027. Over 40 million Nigerians will possibly move into a voting age between the age of 18 to 20 something. What is the agenda they are putting on ground to say, oh, these are the things we are going to do differently to bring in new hope, new blood into the stream, and not continue with the pattern of aggrieved political individuals just simply because we want to grab power. Yes, after you have grabbed the power, what do you want to do with the power? That should be the conversation. For the sake of grabbing power, it is convenience. Okay. There are things we witness, there are things we are familiar with.
Okay, quickly, Harrison. Quickly, Harrison, just a question, and I will need you to answer that in a minute. Do you see the current opposition parties as institutionally strong enough to withstand political pressure? Because we had an experience, at Djibouti, where the president came up again for the 6th term in office, a 78-year-old Ismail Gale, and the political parties, thinned out due to political pressure. Do you see the political parties in opposition in Nigeria as having the resilience to withstand political pressure?
Currently, the searchlight is beamed on the ADC, and I would want to say yes. With the caliber of individuals in ADC, these are proven politicians, texted over the years, and they've gone through this circle, and they have the capacity to withstand either opposition pressure from the sitting government. These are individuals over the years that have a track record in their own individual capacity. Some of them actually emerged from opposition down to where they are now. So in terms of that, I think my answer will be capital yes. Now, whether they will be able to annex the collective strength and put forward a good fight is a different conversation tomorrow.
All right.
And it's where they need to sit down and get their acts together and possibly come up with a pact to declare. At the end of the day, should decisions not go in your favor, are you still going to remain a member of the party, or you are going to join the other political room to disintegrate what we have built collectively? Those are the conversations they possibly need to begin to have internally to strengthen themselves and put forward a good fight against the sitting government.
Thank you very much, Prince Harrison Ehemiyan, PhD, a lecturer at the Department of Political Science, University of Benin, and former Principal Private Secretary to the GMD NNPC, Honorable Minister, State Petroleum Resources, Nigeria. Well, let's shift to you, Chris. And, encomiums has been showered on your party by Prince Harrison. But let's look at your plans to bring the electorate in your favor, because some have always believed that it's always a recurring decimal where another party comes in and then grab power and continues without, ameliorating the plight of Nigerians. What should be the fate that the electorate should have in your party?
Well, I think that you can only predict on existence. You look at antecedents and you look at precedences, and then you look at extant existence, and then you are able to predict on that, because there's no way any man can tell about the future otherwise. Now, what has my party done since its inception and its formation? My party has concentrated on the Nigerian people, the grassroots. In fact, we are being criticized earlier on of the mission of the party that we didn't have, or we didn't concentrate on the ruling class, because the mentality that prevailed before ADC was that you have to have that ruling class to call all the shots, and that pressure can only come from that ruling class. Well, I'm using ruling class for want of better word. I should use the word the class of the oppressors, the bourgeois, and the clique of thieves who consider themselves to be the owners of the country, just because you haven't found an inexorable, resilient party like the ADC to challenge that assumption. So challenge that done by concentration on the grassroots and on the Nigerian people. Our strength today is not in the number of governors we are counting. It is the number of the appeal. I should use the word number of the appeal, or the number of people that our message have appealed to. The number of grassroots that our message and our strategies have won to our side. And it is that grassroots that is the strength with which we are going into the election. So our pact, actually, and our bond is with the grassroots. They have very high expectations from us. The grassroots will leave you if you don't meet their expectations. They may not be a vocal majority, we call them the silent majority, but they are very little force. They have strength of silence. And so when you are able to read their silence and you give them the right message, they unleash that leader force. And that's what they have done now. So they are overwhelming the loud ruling class and the ruling party by that simple, statement that we know what is good for us and we know what is right for us. So we are going to end the ball, just as the last speaker had said, to ensure that we don't disappoint those hopes and expectations. For instance, I'll give you one example. Nigerians don't like to be polarized. We don't like to be enemies of one another, whether we are using religion or region, ethnicity, and whatever. Now, when the ADC came on board, we understood that. And so in our party formation, we were egalitarian, democratic, patriotic, and nationalistic. One of the great appeal of the ADC today is the nationalistic outlook. The North, the South, the Middle Belt, the Far South are all very well represented in the ADC. And each one of those leadership that represent these various regions and various power blocks are sending the message home to their people that we are forming a national party and we should be united in that purpose. Now, the greatest problem we usually have in this country is that right from the word go, you have either the balance of power shifting to a particular region, or you have suspicion within the system and then polarization even before they arrive. I remember when the APC was forming, analysts were saying this, that this is not actually a political party forming, it's just an assemblage of people. And then they will soon have problems. When they grab power, it was the last of APC. It's a political party today where anybody can get up and say anything they want to say. You don't even know who is in charge until they have an emperor now on whose mandate they all stand. Because, I mean, no, they didn't come with ideology separately. But in the ADC, we have people coming with ideology separately, and we are energizing all into a national movement, a national front, and a national identity. And on that national identity, we are all sharing. So the first thing is to unite Nigerians, unite them to a common purpose. Let them have a feeling of patriotism and nationality. The ADC is achieving that, as PDP tried to do then. That's what we are doing here. So now that will also lead to sharing of position after we win. Once people feel that positions have been equitably distributed and all parts of the country have been well taken care of, there's a balance, and that leads to cooperation. Cooperation will now enhance governance. See, those are the roots of the problem that we have. It's not, you see, once you stop that, whatever economic policy you are bringing, you won't get the cooperation for implementation. So the NDC is well aware of this, and that's why we look at the experience which some want to poo-poo and criticize and say, you know, politicians who have been this and that. Without this experience, they won't be doing the right things now. Experience is always useful. So we are going to ensure that we maintain a nationalistic party. We are going to ensure that there's equitable balance in power sharing, equitable balance in position sharing, which will now enhance smooth running of government. We have just one step to go through. They have said we will not be able to do a congress. We are doing the final congress today, which is the National Convention. The same way we are going to go through a primaries.
Thank you, Christopher.
That we are going to do a primary. That the whole nation will see that we went through a primaries. And we are going to pick the popular choice of the people. So all of these are examples, and they are working to work, you know, creating an environment and a context for good governance. That's what we've been doing, and that's what we'll continue to do.
Thank you, Christopher. Well, building a very strong opposition is the focus. And let's get to you, Harrison. Harrison, are you with me? We need a united force, a situation where, you know, we have possibly coalition, you know, coming together to form unity, to make a bond, to challenge the ruling party. Do you see that coming up in the nearest future, ahead of 2027?
Yes, the answer is yes, and the answer is no at the same time. Yes, if we are able to put machineries in place that will aid opposition and give them the necessary platform to strive, the answer obviously will be yes. And that's the beauty of democracy. As a matter of fact, for human species to evolve, conversation obviously must be deepened. And for that to happen, we must ensure that we have a striving democracy, a system that creates opportunity, fair enough for others to run. So should the system be willing to do that? Yes, I see that happening. Why am I aligning with these thoughts? If the system is unwilling to create an enabling environment to allow opposition to strike, this obviously will not happen. For instance, we've talked about the involvement of the electoral umpire, and we also heard the media comment from the INEC chairman as it well. Now, a situation where the INEC that obviously ought to be not to be politically involved with what is happening in the system begin to tow such line and thoughts. Obviously, that is sending a wrong signal to the democracy that we are trying to nurture. So that obviously will be a no-no, and that will not create a system for opposition to strike. The judicial system also, there is already a searchlight that is beaming in that direction. The case you had referenced is also at the front burner, where we are expecting to hear the judicial pronouncement on that. Now, should it go the other way around, the answer also is going to be no, opposition will not be able to strike. But if there are enabling environments for opposition to carry out their political activity and constitutional activity as created, I want to believe that obviously will work fine for us. And that will strengthen our democracy. That will create opportunity for people to make a choice. And the world obviously will take us very seriously.
Thank you very much, Prince Harrison. Let's get to a member of the All Progressives Congress. He is a social media influencer also, joining us via Zoom from the US, Texas Houston particularly. Good morning, Ahmed. Can you hear me?
Yes, indeed, Philip. Good morning. Good morning, gentlemen and viewers at home.
Pretty good to see you here. Well, we are talking about the need to have a very, very strong opposition. You agree with me that no matter how fantastic the policies of the All Progressives Congress is, of which you are a member, doesn't shut down the need for us to have a very strong opposition. Do you agree? And again, there are reports or impressions that your party seems to be setting landmines to implosively, denigrate the opposition or make them weakened. What do you have to say in that regard?
Again, thank you, Philip, for inviting me to your show and giving me the opportunity to contribute my thoughts to your discussion. So yes, I do agree that in a virile democracy, there should be opposition, and I do not believe that opposition voices should be stifled in any manner or form. Having said that, it is not incumbent on the ruling party, the APC, to mitigate the incompetence of the opposition element when they are destroying themselves from within. The incompetence of the opposition element has led to not just the fracturing of their so-called special purpose vehicle, the ABC, which was put together by disparate and unwilling members to a union that is completely impossible and unwieldy to hold together. The simple matter of fact is, if you remove the element of their shifting blame for their incompetence to the APC, what is left? Any dispassionate observer can see that what has happened is that they did not do their homework properly. They were not prepared for the battle that they put themselves in, and as a consequence, their special purpose vehicle is falling apart. It's as simple as that. Why would the president be interested in a one-party system? They cannot come together and stop his re-election. The Nigerian people chose him the first time, and they will have the opportunity to do so again. So look, they need to get themselves together. The opposition needs to come together more purposefully, more determined, and with less, should I say, underhand means to come and grab power. Nigeria has moved beyond this point. Let me also quickly say that I do agree that if the INEC chairman is found to be partisan in any way, shape, manner, or form, then he should be asked to step aside. But until that is proven through the appropriate channels, then all of this is simply hot air. We do not expect that members of the so-called opposition will now be coming and talking about anti-judicial means to wrest power or to change power. If the court pronounces and the court says this is the current position, it is incumbent on people to show that what the kind of leadership they are trying to bring or imbibe is a respect for the norms and applications of the democratic process. And one of those is respect for judicial pronouncement. You cannot say the justice system has said this is wrong, and then you go ahead regardless to hold whatever convention. That is not how democracy works. That should not be acceptable, and it will not be acceptable. The system must be allowed to function. The rules of the system must be respected, and whatever it is that they have, there's a proper laid down procedure for you to air your grievances.
Okay, Ahmed. Can you hear me?
Yes,
now, you still have the floor. There's a good authority that most Nigerians are tired of your party in power, most especially with the challenges facing the country, insecurity. And of course, even when the president came to Plateau State, even at the airport, he couldn't leave the airport to talk the communities. And some flimsy reason was given by the fact that the airport wasn't lit. And again, you have the challenge where even at Aso Rock, where the president promised, that he's going to give power even before the end of his tenure for the first time. Aso Rock is being wired by solar. Now, all of this, does it not point to the fact that your party has failed in power? And most especially if there's a strong opposition to tackle and compete with it in 2027, it will lose the election.
Thank you again for a very interesting question, Kuli. But you jumped from a logical line of thinking to a completely irrelevant summation of what it is that you said. Let me agree that yes, there is a huge number of Nigerians that are opposed to the APC government in power. This is normal in any democracy. It is absolutely normal. What you are saying, let me simply illustrate what you are saying. Everybody that did not vote for Bola Tinubu, that voted for Atiku Abubakar or voted for Peter Obi, are against Bola Ahmed Tinubu. That is granted. But that doesn't necessarily mean that they do not see the good works that the administration is doing. Now, to highlight one of the things that you raised point by point, when the president went to Jos, the issue wasn't that he did not want to meet with the communities, but he was time-bound because of the lighting system in the airport. The lighting system in the airport does not allow for a night movement of those aircraft, and that's why he said he had to leave. He was time-bound. It is not an excuse that is acceptable to me, but I'm telling you the simple matter of fact that presidential movement is guided by a different set of rules than ordinary movement. Now, as far as the solar power in Aso Rock is concerned, the administration came out and simply pointed out that there has been a problem with power supply in Aso Rock far predating this administration. And it is an untenable situation that they will not allow to continue. How do we ameliorate the situation? We simply move away from the power grid so that some of even the stress on the power grid will be allowed to go to other places. And then the bills were also untenable, so they had to do something. Now, if you cast your mind back to the way the power sector was deregularized under the former administration, members of which are now in the opposition shouting ADC, it was simply given to cronies that had no previous history in power, either generation or power distribution. And that is the problem that Nigeria is currently facing. The previous administration did its best to fight some of these things, but you cannot fight a systemic problem that goes far back into 30, 40, 50 years overnight. So yes, there's a lot of disgruntlement. Yes, a lot of Nigerians are unhappy with the administration, but that does not mean they do not appreciate the giant strides that the administration has taken in moving the country forward, in establishing democratic norms, and we are not about to sit down and let a few incompetent people who cannot even get themselves together in a special purpose vehicle to come and prove that they are better at governance. We don't have time for people to come and learn on the job. We need people who have tested, who have done it, and will continue to do it. So at the end of the day, they are going to see Nigerians come out and stand behind the president and stand behind the APC.
Thank you, Ahmed. Well, let's get to you, Christopher Ojekere. You heard what Ahmed said, that your party has not been able to come together, in a proper vehicle to challenge the All Progressives Congress. Another comments he made. What do you have to say?
Truthfully, Ahmed has done the mathematics of the last election. The figures of Obi and the figures of Atiku are now together in one party, which is called special purpose. So that should speak much, and that speaks volume. So he should also know, as an addition, that those figures are increasing. The supporters of Obi and the supporters of Atiku Abubakar put together in the last election has already put Tinubu out of power, and that number is growing now. So he has done that mathematics for us. Now, a special purpose vehicle should be allowed to function within the system. You should not use court processes, twist them out of context to try and frustrate that special purpose vehicle. Every lawyer knows what return to status quo means, but the professor of law, Josh Amupitan, gave a very strange interpretation to return to status quo. And then Ahmed is saying that we must force ourselves to accept the ignorance of the professor. And we are saying no. The professor derives his rights from the Constitution. So do we. We know what the law says about political party processes. And INEC itself has given timelines. And we are following those timelines religiously to ensure that the powers we derive from the Constitution as a political party to legislate and, execute our own internal democracy, that we are not going to, because of the ignorance of Amupita, let go that process. And that's why we are going ahead with our congresses, which we are concluding today in a convention. We are covered by the law and the Constitution. So what he should address actually is how is Tinubu going to now overcome Obi and Atiku put together, when the last time, subject to many suspicion, he did not even win the election. And then when you now add on top of this what he said, that when the president is confronted with a national problem like energy, he should dodge it rather than face it. He's justifying the president dodging the question of facing the issue of energy and coming out with a policy that will solve the problem. He's also justifying the question of the president who left deliberately for Jos, not for the families of those that have been slaughtered by terrorists, but for something very different, as if he went there to mock them. Because the president should have a schedule, and the schedule had put his flight in the night, where the lights are not supposed to function. So what was the purpose of going to Jos in the first place? It means that that act of terrorism in the Jos was not in the president's agenda, and it was not his priority. So what they have just done is to provide excuses for all the failures of the president and the APC. They are saying that ADC have come now to address all of those issues. We have come to address the energy issue head on. We have to sit down and come up with a policy. If the president thinks that solar source of energy is one source, why has he not come up with a policy to say, now let us begin to exploit other sources of energy? Rather, he dodges the problem, conveniently gets a source of energy for himself, and tells the rest of Nigerians, you can go and deal with your energy problem yourself and deal with the light issue yourself. And that's what Ahmed is justifying. And then he goes to Jos and is telling the families of the slain that, look, I'm not here for your families. I don't care about whether they are dying or not. I came for a special purpose, and my time is up for that special purpose. I have to return back to Abuja. That's what he's saying. And that's why Nigerians are angry. The way this man has alienated the people he was elected to serve, the way he has alienated our problems and left it to us to solve. And there was a lacuna, and the ADC saw that and said, look, we need to fill this lacuna. Nigerians must get a party of people who care about them and who will manage their resources to their advantage. That's what we are all about. So I thank you for giving us the reasons why the president's attitude is the way it is.
Okay, Christopher. Well, let's get to you, Prince Harrison. Now, the electorate should be coming into this issue because they are the one that's going to make the choices. Now, Let me borrow a little from what Ahmed said, and of course also what he commented on, talking about Christopher Jekere, the special purpose vehicle. Now, do you see the opposition at present as a choice that the electorate can, really rely on? Because we usually have this challenge where at the point when the PDP was in power, the All Progressives Congress came and said, vote for change. Some Nigerians really didn't know what that change meant, but after all, there was a change. Now, what should guide the choices of the electorate ahead of 2027? Looking at the options before the electorate, the opposition as it is now, and we hope that it could be stronger, and of course the ruling party, the APC. What should guide the choices of the electorate?
Well, quite frankly, it's a very difficult time to speak in favor of government in power, and I want to commend Mr. Ahmed for the job he's doing greatly, because there are quite a lot of things that are very glaring within a political system that citizens obviously cannot overlook, especially when it affects you directly. I had said earlier that ADC as a political party, they are actually in a very good position to have vexed the citizens to their side and possibly ensure that come 2027, things will work in their favor. There are a couple of things that they can do for citizens to begin to look in that direction. Number one, they need to begin to do things differently. There's a local phrase within the Nigerian spectrum where people, when they want to describe the activities of a government as it were today, they will simply tell you that Nigeria not happen to you. That is a simple way of telling you that what is happening in the Nigerian system at the moment is not palatable and people are not happy about it. So ADC as an opposition party should begin to do things differently. I had mentioned that before now. Number two, they should be intentional about policy design. They should be intentional about what they need to do. All of this should be put forward to the people to make a choice. And as it were today, the Nigerian democratic system is getting deeper on a daily basis. There are quite a lot of people who are interested in the political discourse. There are quite a lot of people who are interested in the political activity. There are quite a lot of people who are involved, and they want to be directly involved in who eventually emerges as either a president, as a governor or House of Rep, at any political position at all. These are areas where ADC should possibly begin to mirror on and be intentional about it. Quite a lot of people are educated to read documents. What are they putting forward? Number three, they should also be intentional about discussing internally to ensure that there is no internal sabotage. Yes, Mr. Jekere had earlier mentioned before now, and we already know that there are quite a lot of people within and outside that are being used to destabilize the peace and continuity of the political of the ADC as a political party. That obviously is expected to happen in a crude system like ours that we operate. But what are they doing to mitigate it? What are they doing to stop it from happening? As political oppositions, what are they doing to ensure that this does not see the light of the day? The political actors are coming from all divides. As a matter of fact, all of these political actors in PDP, if not 99% of them or 90% of them are from the former PDP. All of them had PDP alliance. Many of them have APC alliance. Today they are in ADC. What are they doing internally to ensure that should decision not go in one way's favor tomorrow, that individual will not destabilize what they are currently building? We've seen it happen before in PDP convention, where one person didn't get what he was expected, and it was used to destabilize the party. And that is why today PDP is a shadow of itself. So these are conversations I believe they should put forward for Nigerians to begin to make informed choices.
Thank you. Another borrow of a leaf from what Harrison said. Over to you, Ahmed Mamadou. In 1 minute, I will want your response, most especially as regards the fact that he said at this crucial time, because you are not in Nigeria, you are in the US. So I believe if you were in Nigeria, maybe you could be singing a different song. But at these critical times, it could be difficult for you to really market the All Progressives Congress. What do you have to say in that reaction to what Prince Harrison said in 1 minute?
Let me quickly thank Prince Harrison and my leader, Christopher, for their input. But the matter of fact is that Nigerians are aware of the precarious situation that the APC has come to rescue them from. The matter of fact is that these actors in these special purpose vehicles are simply masquerades of the past that we are trying to get rid of. There are going to be people who are going to vote. There's a young population of Nigerians who appreciate. Let me highlight some of the things that people are going to come out and vote for. They are going to come out for local government autonomy. They are going to come out and vote for judicial autonomy. They are going to come out and vote for the Lagos Coastal Road. They are going to come out and vote for the Lagos Sokoto Road. And there are so many other infrastructural and economic developmental projects that the APC has done that Nigerians will appreciate. There is a simple matter of fact that we always ignore. At the last presidential election, all of the actors said they were going to remove the fuel subsidy. The only area of contention was how would they go about implementing it. Bola Ahmed Tinubu took the bull by the horns. Unfortunately, it has led to a lot of suffering and poverty, but these are temporary things that we keep on telling the Nigerian people that there is a light at the end of the tunnel. Look at the Dangote refinery, for example. If not for the insistence of this administration that refinery must be fully functional, imagine the kind of pains and poverty and suffering that Nigerians will be undergoing while this war in Iran is going on. So some of these things, yes, there's a lot that is wrong, but there is also a lot that is right. And I urge the Nigerian people to continue to make their voice heard. I urge the Nigerian government to continue to make sure there is democracy, there is the alternate voice, and we will allow them to speak, but they must do it properly. My leader came out and said something, and I want him to remember when it comes to that point in time. You cannot eat your cake and have it. Democracy is not subjective. It is one pill that you must swallow as a whole. If the court says this is wrong, take it to the higher court. Don't disregard the current orders and go ahead and do what you want. In the end of it, Nigeria must win whatever it is that happens, and that must be all of our focus at every point in time.
Well, Ahmed, I think I like the way you swing the pendulum, and I'm going to use what you said, to ask the next question. Christopher Ojekere, he said if Nigerians must vote, they are voting for coastal roads, they are voting for fuel subsidy removal that has appreciably brought increase in the revenue for states. They are voting for, local government autonomy, and I believe he must have missed that point of even state policing. What do you have to say in reaction to that? Most especially as we also expect you to talk about the personalities involved in the ADC. What track records do they have that could make their electorate vote in the ADC in power?
Well, Ahmed picked the wrong examples. No wonder, as you said, it's not in Nigeria. Now, let me tell him about the coastal road that was awarded for 1.5 trillion naira. He doesn't have a single paper of who that contract was awarded to. Nigeria don't have any documented record. It wasn't subject to any bidding, but we have it on good authority that it was awarded to Chalguri, the friend of the president, overnight. And that coastal road that he's saying is still in the air, invisible to normal human beings. The last time the press wanted to know about the coastal road, we were told that about 20 or 30 kilometers have been done, and 2 trillion naira have been paid out, to whom there are no documents. A president awards 1.5 trillion naira road to somebody that we do not know. Now that's for the coastal road. He spoke about the Sokoto Badagry road. Well, maybe the generation after us will see that road, but we don't know that we will see that road in our own generation.
Okay.
And then he spoke about the removal of the fuel subsidy, which the president announced in a bravado style the day he was inaugurated. The worst statement any president in this country has ever made. That statement sent shock waves to the Nigerian economy. And within hours, the Petroleum Marketer Association hiked the cost of fuel. And that's the problem we still have today. The economy has never recovered after that brazen bravado statement.
Thank you, Chris.
And the money eventually came, and they were released to governors as
Thank you, Chris.
not to the Nigerian city base. And as in the case of Edo, for instance, all the governor does with it, according to the promise he made before he became governor, he patronizes leaders, buys bulletproof cars for the state chairman, buys bulletproof cars for the leaders of his party, uses it to rig local government election. He spoke about local government autonomy. Even the Supreme Court, the last time, told the federal government to keep faith with his word. You pronounce local government autonomy, they're supposed to be on first line charge. Up to today, it's not implemented. And it will never be implemented because the president wants to please the governors who he thinks should be able to help him shore up votes, for 2027. So he picked the wrong policies because none of those policies is effective. None of those policies are affecting the lives of Nigeria. None of those policies have made any difference to our economy. State policing is still in the talks, and he's not the first person that started talking about state policing. If it's not to be in the talks, he has had 3 years. What efforts have been put, has the present government put in place to ensure that we have state policing? Why has there ever...
Okay, thank you so much, Christopher Ojekere. Big thanks. I think you ventilated the point. Big thanks for taking our time to be part of this. I want to say big thanks also to Ahmed Momodu and, of course, Prince Harrison from Canada. This is much we can take on this. We now go over to our Lagos studio where Patricia Gabriel is standing by. Over to you, Patricia.
Hello and welcome to the continuation of This Morning on ITV. I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels. Welcome to our Lagos Network studio where we'll be discussing the chances of opposition parties and INEC readiness in 2027 election. Is INEC ready for the elections? Do we have opposition parties ready 2027? We're going to be looking at all of this from our Lagos Network studio. And with me to do this, it's Mr. Tony Wajay. Mr. Tony Wajay is a political analyst.
Thank you so much, to the program. And good morning, Nigerians.
And so this studio wants to say we've missed you.
Thank you. I missed the studio too.
Thank you for coming. And then we also have Dr. Sam Wasinda. Dr. Sam Wasinda is a public affairs analyst. Welcome to the program.
Thank you very much. Good morning.
Okay, so gentlemen, opposition party in Nigeria is becoming a big problem right now, because it's been from one problem to another for the ADC. What exactly is the current political landscape for opposition parties ahead of 2027 elections? Let me start with you.
The landscape at the moment is it's not looking good. It's troubling. And who do we blame for this? Of course, because it's always good to put the blame where it should be placed. If, the current administration is not helping at all. Some people may not want to admit it, but it's the truth. You cannot run a country without an opposition under a democracy. I've said it here many times. But it's like it has worked. It worked for them before when they were running a state. But this is federal. People are speaking all the time, but it's like they are not listening, because if we continue on this trajectory, Nigeria will be in serious trouble. You cannot run a one-party state under our present. That's why most times I make mistake. I don't want to call it a democracy under a civil government this way, under a civil administration as we have it today, because you can't cherry pick the features of democracy the way we do it in Nigeria. When it suits you, you call it democracy. When it suits you, you say you're a Democrat. You're the best Democrat in Africa. Yeah. In fact, people can say whatever they like, because the indicators on ground are not showing it. Okay, let's just please. Okay, ADC convention, for instance, ADC convention is holding today, and I like it for the fact that these men stood up and said to themselves that we're going to do it, either way, because they know where the arrow is coming from. There were no issues at all. INEC chairman just stood up one day, granted an interview, and said, and then suddenly, delisting some.
Okay, for the convention, we also heard Sonwike came to say that.
No, I was going there, so. And then there was no problem at all with ADC. People were moving, and then suddenly you saw some, like a positive indicator, a positive move by the opposition. And then you just throw a wheel, you just at that point you just feel uncomfortable, and it's gathering your people and say, how do we truncate this? Because that is what happened. The moment Kwankwaso joined the party, that was the genesis of all this. The one that hurts me the most is that people talk, people complain, and you don't even listen. Nigeria is not owned by one person. Nigeria is not owned by one person. They joined the party. Just allow them. Just allow them. Okay, yesterday, they were denied Eagle Square. A day to their convention, they were denied Eagle Square. And they managed to secure an event center. As of last night, I read the former Vice President, Atiku Abubakar. I read a press release from him on Twitter, presently X. Chastising the president's administration because of, how can you do it? First of all, you denied them Eagle Square. Now you are going after the owner of this event center from Wike, of course, that if they go ahead and grant them the venue, so things will happen. How do we defend that? How do we defend that? And I'm happy again that the opposition figures are saying today the convention, as I just read now, that in fact they are all gathered at the moment. They must go on with that convention, because we cannot allow just one man to sit somewhere and speak. You have all the governors to yourself. Allow them. If you feel you're too big, that you've won the game already, so why are you panicking? You cannot run a country without opposition. Let's face the truth. For once, let's face the truth for once in this country and do the right thing. Even under Buhari's administration, we never had it this bad.
Okay, Dr. Sam Wasinda, you heard him. He has just mentioned some challenges that the opposition parties faces in building a strong coalition coming this 2027 elections. Do you have more, of these challenges you want to add?
Okay, well, like I have said, I've mentioned that in your studio at one point, that for me it's clear that the ruling party currently has a lot they are dealing with, and that is because they did not perform as they promised. So this is what is haunting them. But one of the things they have forgotten, which I always say here, is that this 2027 election is not between political parties. It's between Nigerian people and the current ruling parties. And that is why, like he said, I agree with him totally, that the ADC have decided to go on with the convention. That is what it should be. Because somebody will not, because of his inability to perform when he's in a position to do so, and then you just want to see how you can now determine who should be your opposition persons.
No, but as it is, it looks like he doesn't even want an opposition party at all. Because Labour Party also had issues. PDP, we also had PDP had gone under the carpet. Labour Party, the same thing. Now ADC.
Yes,
why?
Because why I said he wants to choose his own opposition is because, yes, I agree that PDP has their own but the challenges at the end of the day has tinted towards his direction, meaning that he is choosing his opposition, because we have PDP today led by Wike, and he's telling us that the loyalty is to, even though we still have the issue of fraction. So for me, that's the reason why I made the statement that he wants to choose who his opponent will be. you know, and determine to what extent and what
so
length.
Doesn't we want them to fight?
You understand? So if there must be opposition party, he wants to determine who are his opponents. And that's exactly what he's doing now. But I'm happy that the current ADC in particular are really, really pushing it to let him know that this narrative cannot go through. Because, like he said, this is not the party, this is not the politics of Lagos State. We're talking about national politics here. And the whole action and reaction from him is actually biting on everybody. And
so do you think the ADC can actually push?
They're pushing already.
I mean, they're pushing with some chance coming.
Supreme Court was yesterday. I think today. It was the first today. They're gone. See, it has gotten to that level. You cannot decimate other political parties. So whatever it takes. And my happiness is that people who work with the president, because let's just put it the way it is. People who worked with the president before, some of them are in this ADC. So they understand his game plan. They understand his game and they are giving it to him. You can kill other politics. Just as you said, Labour Party is nowhere. PDP, of course, we know. Sheyi Makinde said it when they met the president in Wike. This was what Wike promised the president. And he delivered clinically. PDP is gone. ADC from nowhere, they went. Well, everything was well. We saw how the power was transferred from the former ESCO to the current one, led by David Mark. Everything was seamless, and INEC was there. We were watching. I'll tell them to no. You can't motion, have the online. So people are going to kick, and what ADC is doing, I support them 100%. Go ahead and let's wait for the court. It's simple. They are still in court. So, but, I mean, they are not disobeying any court order. They are saying we must go ahead because there were no issues. It just came from Josh and Josh and Amopito and his people. It's crazy. We must put it where it should be put. Otherwise, we'll be wasting time. Okay, you don't want to tell the truth. We shouldn't discuss that. But the truth is that the presidency doesn't want these people to exist. And it doesn't matter.
Time is the thing I want us to talk about. We're wasting time. Now you say the convention is going to go on today.
It is going
on.
And
then they still have the case in court. Don't you think the case will escalate and then time runs out? Will they be able to present a candidate?
So that is what that is what the rule wants. What can I show you? I don't want to believe that the Supreme Court will rule against them because they are watching what is going on. Nigerians are going through tough times. And they may not want to go through that part again in 2027. So give them option, except judiciary has been pocketed 100%. So I hope the judiciary will do the needful within the time frame. I believe they will do the needful within the time frame, and they will reason along with Nigerians.
Let's hope the judiciary will do the right thing.
I pray, and I'm optimistic about it.
Yes. Okay, so we just read in the social media, allegedly, I don't know how true this is, that the former Vice President Atiku Abubakar and others have been suspended from ADC for anti-party activities. This is allegedly. But if it is true...
It's true. I saw the video from his ward in Adamawa.
Does this affect him in the central?
Well, for me, I still see that as an advanced strategy to still destabilize what the ADC are trying to push, because they've already seen that it's obvious that the ADCs are not going to back out. They have made up their mind to go on, just like he said. The convention is already on, and I'm sure people are already moving to the venue. And so these are part of the things they need to also keep bringing, introducing here and there, just to puncture and to weaken the strength and the push of the ADC. And for me, this shows clearly that the ADCs or opposition party is actually against the ruling, and so they are everything they could.
Let's go on a short break. We'll be right back. Welcome back. It's still the continuation of This Morning on ITV from our Lagos Network studio. We were talking about article suspension from the ward in Adamawa. How will this affect the central of the ADC party as a body?
Okay, like I was saying before we went on that break, I said for me it's part of the strategy of the ruling party, just to see if they can weaken the strength and the drive and the push of the opposition party. Because if not, why now? This whole report came in yesterday. It was yesterday we started hearing that he has been suspended. Are they just realizing that he has been carrying out some anti-party activities? Why yesterday, when they know that there's a national convention today? So for me, I see that as a clear, strategy. But you could see that from all indication, even the body language of the ADC, they have not made up their mind to move on and then to avoid the distraction. And just like Mr. Tony also said, don't forget that these people have been with this man before. So they are not new to this game. So they understand what actually is playing out. And so they will continue to push in and then see how the court will be able to resolve that as the time goes on. But you see, that time that is of essential for them, they need to make sure they do the needful so that they can buy time. And then, because, the whole of this thing ought to be rounded up on or before 30th of May. So time is not really on their side. The window is closing very fast, so they have to do everything they can. So I think what they have decided to do is to avoid distraction and then focus on what is next. So after this, they will go back and see how they can resolve that. But I think this is, again, another strategy to see if they can weaken the ADC party. That's my thought.
Okay. Do you have something to add?
Yes, of course. That's what they do now. They go to the ward. I mean, because they tried the national, you can't get article out to the DC national. You can't even from Adamawa. He's from Adamawa State, and we're talking about the former vice president of Nigeria. And he just gathered some. I was watching them yesterday. How did they talk to these people? I mean, I was looking at the lady around them, about two of them, and who gathered them? Do they know the implication of what they are doing? Do they know the implication of what they are doing? For how much? For peanuts? But I know by today, I know they will get on them. It's crazy. What's going on now? I don't understand. Adamawa, Atiku Abubakar, he won Adamawa State as a governor before he was made picked as vice president. So you understand the state. I don't understand what is happening between him and the present governor, but I know it's on top of the game. So, gosh.
Let's hope all of this will be resolved before the time frame. But let's move on to the INEC. Let's look at the INEC readiness. Do you think the INEC is ready? Let me start with you, Dr. Sam Wasinda.
Well, for me, the INEC is ready in a way because of their body language. But when it comes to it in general, I think I have a problem with that readiness because we're having too many issues emanating from even the INEC, who tells that these guys are not really even focused. They don't even know why that institution was created in the first place. Now, particularly, the INEC chairman had been in the news all this while, from one issue to another issue, from one issue to the other issue. For me, I feel at this point, we're supposed not to be around here. What I expect is that the INEC is supposed to have set up probably and a committee to investigate some of these matters, or even the INEC chairman to even step aside so that this matter can be investigated. But rather what we are having is also back and front, which I also see again as a deliberate strategy just to delay and to also frustrate and waste Nigerians' time, because we ought not to be discussing some of these issues now. So for me, INEC readiness is tinted towards the ruling party as far as I'm concerned, because they are the only people who are comfortable with every arrangement that INEC is bringing to the table. There is no members, there's no any opposition party that is comfortable with what they are doing, except the ruling party. So for me, I don't think INEC is actually really ready for this 2027 election. Rather, they are just here to just be throwing spinner, on wheels, just to ensure that things are continue to get the way they are, so that at the end of the day, we may probably end up in the one-party system style of governance, because that's what I see now. But when you ask me for readiness, I don't think we are ready, because if we are, I even expect that the president by now should have also, lend his voice and see how this man should be taken out, so that they can be a focal point. Again, the system of even bringing the INEC chairman, I have problem with that, because during Yaradua or so, he set up a committee. I can't remember the name of that committee. And one of the things they came out with, because when he came on board, he said that he understood that the system that brought him is corrupt. That system have not been rectified till now. But he set up a committee at that time, which part of the policy they came with was that the people should be screened and then by the members of the public. That is not what we're experiencing now. Currently, the president that will still handpick whoever will be the INEC chairman. He's in the game, and he wants to also handpick the referee that will blow in the same game. For me, I don't see that as really, really the best way to go. Of course, we want the Nigerians want the current chairman to go, but they have also forgotten that it's the same man that appointed this that will also appoint another chairman. So for me, this is just some of the things that is really, really not telling well about the INEC, because we've had this kind of people before, but this particular man, his own is too obvious. He's making it in such a way that Nigerians could see clearly that he's just playing a game that is completely out of the institution of INEC. Okay, so INEC is supposed to be an independent body, you know. So now the INEC chairman is having issues. We also have read that INEC is about to hire a forensic expert to find out if the chairman is actually old pro-Tinubu tweets are real.
Hire a forensic expert to prove INEC. INEC is going to hire a forensic expert to probe INEC chairman. How does it even sound? It's a joke taken too far. And they all throw this kind of jokes every day because they know that their leader, president, cannot do it. That's what we come and say this did not apply, blah, 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 because he knows that nobody's going to question.
But we also the certificate.
I've seen this madness everywhere. Nobody's so pretending. Everybody's just behaving, misbehaving, doing it the way they like. How can INEC probe itself? It's so clear. You know, in normal clients, by now, INEC chairman ought to have resigned. You don't even wait for the president to do that. But in Nigeria, we don't resign. It's clear. You own the account. What are we talking about? What forensic experts do you want to get? I watched the INEC ICT director yesterday blabbing on TV. Yeah, he didn't make any point. The account is owned current INEC chairman in 2022. And, I mean, he wasn't INEC chairman then. Then why did he suddenly change it when people spotted it? Just own up and then let's move on. If you don't want to resign, we move on. Because we know, again, as I said before, that we don't resign in Nigeria. But don't lie, because the more you lie, the more problem you're causing for yourself. But as usual, the president is sitting, watching. All he's interested in is how I can win 2027 election. That's all the president is after right now. You only see the president when it has to do with politics. That's all. People are your ministers are misbehaving, your appointees are misbehaving, you're sitting quiet. Nothing from the presidency, rather what you see from the presidency is presidential is trying to defend INEC. Helping INEC chairman to share press releases and all that. In defense, when Nigerians are well aware that INEC chairman goofed in this case, just come out and apologize. Just own up.
Of course, because you were not the INEC chairman as at the time.
As of the time.
It wasn't, okay, but he's INEC chairman. Why did he deny? Change his account. He changed the X account. Why did he change the X account? Quick means you admitted to it.
Yeah.
The moment you change it means you admitted to the error. People spotted. Simple. Just come out. Oh, it's my account, but it was then. And they were saying people impersonated. Why would you want to impersonate a lecturer in University of Jos at that time? Who was he then? Nobody knows him. So why is he denying that he doesn't own he owned the account? Everybody knows. But this present denial, continuous denial, means you're digging your grave the more. But then he knows that nothing will happen. Otherwise, he should by this morning, I expect him to say, I've resigned, I've checked. Nigerians, forgive me. It was a mistake. You cannot be partisan as an INEC chairman. You cannot be Nigeria right now. And we don't trust him anymore.
Too many.
You cannot be an umpire
I
and
was
you're
going
interested in one
to come
side.
there. Do you think even if he doesn't resign, he remains the INEC chairman?
People
Chairman,
are
do you think
people are
Nigerians
not trust him because it's even too early in the day. You're just appointed, and these are the rod coming from you. It doesn't make sense.
So there will be no trust.
There's already
the trust is not there.
There's no trust.
So he can be there, but Nigerians are not going to trust him.
They are not going to trust him.
I will keep demanding for his resignation till the election because it doesn't make sense.
Let's talk about if he decides to resign or the president decides to take him out. Do you think it's still right for the president to handpick an INEC chairman?
Wrong. It's never right.
It's wrong, but you see, he will always come back to do that.
And do you think he will pick the right person this time around?
If you are talking about picking the right person, let's check even among his cabinets. That means you want us to even go too far. Almost everybody he brings on board are people that looks like this same man.
Partisan.
Who always come to do his bidding.
Good morning. Welcome on board. This is TMI Socials. I am Anuluwakwo Stevens. Or better still call me a social media butterfly. Now today we begin in Abuja, where yesterday we saw retired police officers stormed the force headquarters in Abuja to demand payment of their pensions. Now, the retired pensioners in solidarity sang as they marched to the force headquarters to register their displeasure over unpaid gratuities and poor pension conditions. They sang songs that depicted they were dissatisfied by the way their pension was being handled and how much was being paid to them. Anyway, let's take a look.
Pension, we no go gree. We no go gree. Pension, we no go gree. We no go gree. Pension, we no go gree. We no go gree. Pension, we no go gree. We no go gree. Yes, we no go gree. Pension, we no go gree. We no go gree. Yes, we no go gree. Pension, we no go gree. We no go gree. Oh, we no go gree. Pension, we no go gree. We no go gree. Yes, we no go gree.
Well, meanwhile, netizens took to the streets of social media this time around to talk about their reactions. And now let's see what you have been saying online with this user kickstarting doings on X. Really doings. Imagine risking your life for years only to beg for your own pension after retirement. This is heartbreaking. Another user reacting on X wrote, "Let them reap the consequences of their action or their choices. They were once very happy to oppress citizens, not knowing they were mere pawns in the actual game." Now, reacting to this still on X, Ade Nugba wrote, "See what they reduced police officers to. It is not surprising that those in active service are milking on innocent citizens as a bailout of this quagmire. When will Nigeria actually work for Nigerians?" Well, good question. Away from that, let's come back here to Edo State, where a couple of days ago we saw a viral video where the musician Idris was questioning and actually talking about the ill part of President Bola Tinubu, and then allegedly we heard that where he actually made that statement was locked. Now, just yesterday we saw on the street of social media that Nigerian singer Idris Abdul Karim joined Edo State Governor Monday Okpebholo to inspect road and infrastructure projects, verifying developmental progress in the state. Now, this visit followed the singer's recent criticism of the federal government, with Abdul Karim commending the governor for visible work, particularly in Edo Central. Let's have a feel.
You know what I mean? So I'm here to tell everybody that truly His Excellency is working there, work in progress. I've gone around South, I've gone around Central, and I've been able to see some of the work that His Excellency is doing. The next 1 year, 2 years, you see all the achievement. most times, you know, when you are not on ground, you won't know exactly what is going on. So if you are from Edo State and you are in diaspora, I would advise you to travel down and come see what His Excellency is doing here. And also, at least I'm here to see it, you know.
It's our own blood. So people need to know what is going on in Edo. It's not just about...
The governor is working in 18 local governments in Edo. This is Federal Road. 3 years ago, 2 years ago, there were signposts in this road say, bear with us, this is Federal Road. But the Federal Road has turned a thing of the past. God bless His Excellency Senator Mode Okpebholo, the most performing governor in Nigeria. Governor where they work. God bless the celebrity youth, Idris Adukari, a very popular legend in Nigeria. No matter, he's truly with the best governor in Nigeria. The Akbako Rescue. Governor, we know the race, but...
Oh my God, well there you have it, the best governor in Nigeria. Let's take that to the bank. Now, how did you react to this online? Let's see what you have been saying. We'll start off with this user who wrote, from criticism to compliance in one viral cycle. Consistency and integrity clearly was never a part of his plan. Now that's Prince on X. Another user wrote, Idris is just trying to survive. Hunger is real, man. Oh, you think so? Well, finally on the story, this user says, Edo wants pipe borne water and electricity, which the governor promised during his campaign. Now, away from Edo State, let's turn our attention now to Kwara State, where residents of Woro community in Kayama local government area of Kwara State have expressed outrage after a delegation reportedly sent by the government arrived in the area with relief items such as mats, buckets, and school bags for families affected by a recent deadly terrorist attack. Let's take a look. So me trying to interpret what was said in the video, it was actually said that the community members refused the gift and demanding for security and, you know, stability in that area, and also to rescue their abducted relatives, and not the mats and the mop and buckets that was given to them. But trust netizens online to react to this. We'll start off with this user on X who wrote, seriously, though, who advises the leaders, people that their loved ones were abducted, and of all things in the world is the mats and buckets? This government will never cease to amaze me. Another user reacting on X wrote, well, this time around, Speller P says, mats and buckets in case they came to invade their town too, so they can see something to take and sleep on. Oh my world. Well, still reacting to this story, this user says, people are missing, families are in pain, and the response is mats and buckets. This is truly heartbreaking. Now, let's move back to Abuja. Well, this time around, the Minister of the FCT on the social media streets has dismissed allegations by the African Democratic Congress, that is the ADC. It says it was denied access to Eagle Square in Abuja. Now, Wiki has said that never happened, as you guys never even attempted or applied for the usage of that particular venue. But also on the street of social media, if we could have that picture, we saw where the application letter was being sent to the Minister of the FCT's office, but then at the end of the day, Wike denied it, and thankfully they got another place to have their convention slated for today. Let's listen to the FCT Minister.
That's why you have to look at characters, people who do only want to take public sympathy when they know that there's nothing like that. And you see, when you look at that behind all this, you ask yourself, are there really people who would only want to say they're talking about positive change? As I speak to you, nobody has written any letter I don't know the venue they are talking about. They have, okay, let's make a shoot that they talk about Eagle Square. Nobody, not one, wrote any letter to use the Eagle Square. I called the GMD of absence. There's nothing like that. There's no way we would deny them because we collect revenue from that. You have to pay. And nobody had written to us. And we were not in charge of the velodrome.
Now let's have two reactions on this trending story. Now this user on X wrote, if we could have our first tweet, a lot of person went back to Rivers State. Well, this one says, it will be politically wrong of ADC to think Wike will allow them use Eagle Square just like that. They ought to have had a plan B, unless if they are amateur in Nigeria's politics. Another user wrote on a line, even if they had written will you acknowledge it? We know clearly that you will never allow a supposed opposition to use the place. That is the kind of politics we play in Nigeria. Well, finally on TMI socials, we move over to Ogun State, where the newly constructed road linking communities to the Gateway International Airport in Ogun State, which of course was commissioned recently. We also had our president there, former President Olusegun Obasanjo there as well, to let you know that that place has come under scrutiny after signs of erosions and flooding emerged barely a week after it's commissioned. Take a look. Now, trust netizens to take to the street of social media to call out on the governor, Dakwa Abiodun, on why we have that place like that. This user wrote, he will tell you it's natural cause, that there is nothing that can be done. Zero accountability, not tornado, not earthquake, just rainfall, and boom, billions gone. Another user online wrote, did you see any drainage around this road? Now tell me, why won't flood take over? We are not yet ready. Okay, well, on that note, we get a wrap up TMI socials this morning. Thank you so much for being a part of the show. We'll do this again tomorrow. Until then, please stay safe. I am Anuoluwapo Stevens, and from all of us on This Morning on ITV, have yourself a great day. We'll see you tomorrow.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Omonomba Nedo Ukwakwalopolo Ewai II, Oba of Benin, performing during the 2025 Ododua Festival. Ododua Festival is unique as it was organized in honor of Ioba Omoni Hwoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, as part of activities for her burial rites. The rich traditions and cultural heritage of the Benin Kingdom was showcased when His Royal Majesty Ewa II engaged the floor to perform during Ugie Ododua in the palace ground in Benin City. In the dance performance, the Ogbelaka royal drummers supplied the needed impetus and rhythm for the dance. However, tributes are paid by the head of Benin deities to the monarch, who was the cynosure at the events. The event can best be imagined as the spiritual rejuvenation, stunned, spectaculars and guests at the colorful ceremony. 7 masquerades representing 7 spirits and deities conveyed different meaning in company with the head of the deities of Benin, with the Oba of Benin, who exhibited a grand cultural dexterity in his dance steps.
Ekoko masquerades from Ute village, whose cult is connected with Obaewari and his mother, Elere, appear on this occasion to bless the Oba. Ekoko is a ritual masquerade that dances to please the guests and the Oba.
ITV, certainly the best.
Omonoba Nedu Ukwakolopolo, Ewai II, Oba of Benin, stepped out majestically with loud crowd to perform the Sultan rites of his late mother, Queen Mother Ioba Omoni Ikoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, who departed this world 49 years ago. Isoton is a traditional rite of the procession in memory of the departed person's spirit in Benin Kingdom. It is usually heralded by public display of the departed person's influence during their sojourn on earth. The display of a human effigy symbolizing the departed royal matriarch was preceded by the Oba of Benin, who led the procession from his palace to the Immortal Shrine at King Square in Benin City, where he offered prayers for the repose of the soul of the Queen Mother, Ioba Ewai II. Thereafter, a priest assigned to the Immortal Shrine offered Oba Ewai II items for Isoton on behalf of his family. However, chalk, known as Uri, represented a mixture from royal fans after ancestral spirits were invoked to bear witness and announce his arrival. On his way home, Oba Ewai paid tributes at various pilgrimage sites, including Queen Idia Tomb, the Side Oba Market, where a cheerful crowd of traders abandoned their wares to catch a glimpse of the royal personage and join in the celebration.
ITV, certainly the best.
Ojúde aṣáájú ẹ̀ abẹ́rẹ́ pẹ́. Àyàbá sọ́kè abẹ́rẹ́ pẹ́. Àdàyè àtọ́jú abẹ́rẹ́ pẹ́. 2021.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Emobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari yari, Ọba Tope.
The Oba of Benin added a colorful mood to the year's celebration as he walks round the city center amidst cheers.
This is Aqua Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin Aqua seed. Ayo or Aqua Game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Aqua Game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
ITV, certainly the best.
The new Ejong expressed excitement as he danced and rejoiced before the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawori Benedion, who also joined in the dance.
Yeah.
visiting and paying of homage to various homes of senior elders continued. The initiates spent 7 days performing diverse kinds of rites as required by tradition. They were furnished with rules and regulations regarding their new office as Edion.
That I grew up in this community to the point that they have now also chosen me as an elder in this community. It's a thing of great joy. All thanks to the Esama of Benin, my people, my family, everybody, all Okada community for this great honor. I am very, very grateful.
Well, this is my brother. I'll call him my uncle because he grew up with my father. I'm so proud of him because we are doing the same rituals as the Edions of the Okada. It is our duty for us to make this place a greater place, for outsiders to come and see the goodness of God in Okada. And I'm proud of every one of us here. So shall it be to each and every one of us in Jesus' name.
Odion ma Okada zima Esama zima Dion Ebuna zima Dion Obala zima Dion Malawe Mahari Owe Sama Dionena Nimado Pome Sama Nimado Bekene Sama Ema Dio Warena Esama Magbekenene Osaba Obuyo Bitone Aba No get Tony Maga No Diami Magame Manido Bekene Dionena Ima Yafe Ima Ato Ima Agmo Arokpa Ewudori Ima Adi Awogene All the Diagmo Yano Emi Magame We need just to know me offer
In Esama, in our father's house, in respect of our initiation to elders Edion level, as tradition demands, we are here today to come and also pay our homage to him, for him to also pray for us for long life and prosperity.
The climax after 7 days was paying of homage again to the Odion way, where he gave the initiate the full rights to function and to henceforth participate in meetings with Edion. It will go down in the history and minds of Okada community, Ovia people, Edo State, and Nigeria in general. The ambience, style, and the colorful ceremony associated with the 2025 initiation into the Edion Council of former Governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosakari Igbenedion, his brothers Bright Ayamekwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osenwigi Igbenedion, Peter Osawori Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osawuni Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osarene Igbenedion, Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ogbeide Onwonse, Honorable Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Ukbonwa Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, as well as Agbong Steve Igbenedion, among other sons of Okada. In the evening of the initiation day, all the newly initiated Edion danced to the residents of the Odion way and also visited some homes of the various senior elders, where Chief Elder Ogbeide Onwonse was very conspicuous, especially at the country home of Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawori Igbenedion with his family on the night of the initiation. On the following morning, as part of the rite to be performed by the newly initiated Edion in Okada town, the initiates, led by Chief Elder Ogbeide Onwonse, visited the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawori Igbenedion, at his Okada country home residence to pay homage and appreciate him for all he has done in the development of the community, which has placed Okada in world map. They also thanked him for his role in the success of their ceremony. They commended the Esama of Benin as a custodian of Benin cultural heritage and for revitalizing the age-long tradition of the age-grade ceremony. Top on the list of the initiates was the eldest son of the Esama of Benin and former governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosakare Igbenedion. 11 of his siblings, namely Bright Ayamekwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osemwige Igbenedion, Peter Osawari Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osanwi Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osarene Igbenedion, Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Ukponwa Ernest Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, Agbon Steve Igbenedion, as well as the Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ugbeide Nwonse. It was a vital aspect of Okada community's cultural heritage, which emphasized the significance of age, responsibility, and community service. Over 50 notable sons of Okada were also initiated, according to tradition and customs. Those initiated, dressed in white traditional attire, were made to undergo some rituals, while the Odionwe pronounces blessings on them and assisted them to take a seat with the elders.
ITV, certainly the best.
On the news tonight, Akpabio says killings, bombings sponsored to distract Tinubu, sabotage 2027 elections. Supreme Court adjourns hearing on ADC leadership crisis to April 20. Osaze Adun, others apologized to Dr. Pedro Obaseki over assault. Edo residents commend arrest of police officers over extortion. Plus, CP Tijani Fatai says alleged Colts clash in Lagos is false alarm. Many thanks in the news on the network service of ITV. I am Joyce Ikogu. I'm being joined by Wilson Omasho from our Benin Network studio. Hi Wilson, how has your day been?
Well, there's quite been eventful. It's a pleasure seeing you tonight on the screen. How is Abuja, by the way?
Abuja is pretty calm as always. Good to see you also. And also joining from our Lagos Network studio is Patricia Gabriel. Hi Pat, how have you been?
Hi Joyce, I'm good. And how are you?
I'm doing okay. All right, let's set the ball rolling. The President of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio, has alleged that opposition elements were sponsoring bombings and insecurity in parts of the country. To this president, reports that the Senate President made the claim in Abuja during the inauguration of the new headquarters of the Nigerian Revenue Service, where he praised Tinubu's leadership and ongoing reforms.
The gathering was going on smoothly, with all speakers dwelling on the economy and revenue generation until Senate President Godswill Akpabio mounted the podium. Jokingly, he took a swipe at Anambra State Governor Chukwuma Soludo, saying the building was not completed during his tenure as governor of the Apex Bank. Speaking further, he says recent security incidents were politically motivated and designed to create fear and discredit the government of President Bola Tinubu. The Senate President did not name any individual, group or political party allegedly involved in the sponsorship of attack, but insisted that some forces were uncomfortable with the growing political strength of the All Progressives Congress.
You are seeing insecurity today. It's even increasing because the election is coming. As soon as the election is over, watch out. The first 2 weeks, you will not hear any single bomb blast. They don't know what else to do. They say this man is too good in many areas. If the governors are attracted to him because he's taking very good care of the states, he came in with less than 18 governors. Today he has almost 32 governors under his fold, out of 36. So where do we belong? How do we win election when we don't have the structure? No political party today is stable in this country. Then they change and say, okay, let us attack the people going to do the election. And they brought out a tweet where they said, the chairman of INEC said, victory is sure. But he didn't say victory is sure for APC.
The President of the Senate also stated that recent report of embassy staff reduction in Nigeria are not linked to Nigeria's electoral cycle, but are instead driven by broader global insecurity concern. From Abuja, Ikaro Atta, ITV News.
President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has charged the Nigerian Revenue Service to embody trusts, ensure fairness, and demonstrate that government can be accountable and responsive in its operations. State House correspondent Ikaro Atta reports that the President gave the charge Tuesday when he inaugurated the NRS headquarters in Central Business District in Abuja.
Speaking at the event, President Bola Tinubu says the Nigerian Revenue Service must earn the confidence of Nigerians at home and respect abroad through transparent and equitable revenue administration.
We must embody this new ethos. It must not only collect revenue, it must build trust. It must ensure fairness. It must demonstrate that government can be accountable, efficient, responsive. It must become a model institution.
For their part, Speaker Tajuddin Abbas and Minister of State for Finance Taiwo Oyedele lauded the President's economic reforms while urging the Executive Chairman, Zach Adedeji, and his team to do more and sustain oil revenue generation.
They recognize the architecture within which revenue is generated, assessed and enforced, and provided the basis for a more integrated system.
This occasion sends a simple but profound message to all stakeholders that Nigeria's revenue institutions are now better structured and robustly built for sustained performance and service delivery to facilitate economic growth and strengthen fiscal stability.
In his speech, the NRS Chief Zach Adedeji says the new headquarters, which is a modern three-tower complex designed to accommodate over.
This is indeed what fiscal leadership looks like. Ability to take decisions, institutions, and translate reform into measurable outcome that reposition a nation, not for the present, but for the future.
The event also included a documentary titled Journey to Est, which chronicled the transformation from the old revenue agency structure to the new institution. From the Central Business District, Abuja, Ikaro Atta, ITV News.
The Supreme Court on Tuesday fixed April 22 hearing of an appeal concerning the leadership crisis in the African Democratic Congress, ADC. A five-man panel of the Apex Court, headed by Justice Mohammed Garba, adjourned the matter after ordering the Senator Mark-led faction of the party to file and serve all necessary legal process on respondents within 24 hours. Joseph Kadri reports that the Supreme Court also struck out a motion seeking to stay the execution of the Court of Appeal judgment.
The suit stems from the decision of the Mark-led administration of the ADC to approach the Supreme Court to challenge the March 12 judgment of the Court of Appeal, which they insist was against the interests of justice. They believe that the matter concerns the internal affairs of a political party over which the court lacks jurisdiction. At the commencement of the proceeding, the five-member panel of the Supreme Court, after hearing appearances, ordered the Mark-led faction to serve all processes on all parties. The court further directs that upon receipt of the processes, respondents should file their responses within 3 days, that the appellants would have 1 day to reply, stressing that the filing and exchange of briefs must be concluded before April 20th. Meanwhile, following the ruling, the Mark-led executive of the ADC, through their counsel, Jubril Okutekba SAN, withdrew a motion earlier filed to stay the execution of the Court of Appeal judgment, had ordered the party to maintain the status quo ante bellum. Okutekba SAN explains that the motion was no longer necessary as the Apex Court had expedited the hearing of the substantive appeal. With the withdrawal, the Supreme Court struck out the motion. The court earlier indicated its readiness to hear the case immediately and had all parties file their required processes. After the proceedings, counsel in the matter briefed press.
Give me 1 day to file my brief and give the other party 3 days to file. And in a show of understanding, they also adjourned the matter.
Question the Supreme Court to grant a stay of execution of the judgment of the Court of Appeal. He also sought alternative reliefs to restrain INEC from enforcing the judgment of the Court of Appeal.
The matter has been adjourned to 22nd of April for hearing. Joseph Kadri, ITV News.
On ITV's network, we now join our Benin Network studio. Over to you, Wilson.
Thanks a lot, Joyce, and welcome to our Benin Network studio. You can watch ITV live online at www.itvradio.ng.com/live. You can follow us on all our social media platforms: Facebook, X, IG, YouTube, and TikTok at ITV Radio NG. Against the backdrop of the outcry of the public assault on the renowned media veteran and scholar Dr. Don Pedro Baseki, leader of the group that perpetrated the inhuman act to Saze Adun known as Kapwepwe, on Tuesday led other members to publicly apologize to Dr. Pedro Obaseki at his residence located on Upper Mission Extension, Benin City. Joy Obaisiagbon reports that Kapwepwe and his group were accompanied by some of his allies, family members, and associates.
On the 28th of December 2025, the social media world was awash with amazement as popular Nollywood actor Dr. Don Pedro Obaseki was publicly assaulted and dehumanized through the streets of Benin City. The incident was linked to a statement he made during an event in the United Kingdom. The matter has lingered, which however prompted an apology from the perpetrators led by Osaze Adun and his group. Dr. Pedro Obaseki, while receiving the group, indicated that he had accepted the apology as the matter was in court. He revealed that a press statement would be issued soon.
I am willing to engage so as to let this pass, so that we can all move on. I am not a heartless person. I will be unhuman to walk away when I see men and women kneeling in the sun. You know, that would be very human. And I've also discussed with leaders of my family over the overture. We believe that coming to say now that we are not Oyomba is enough. Money, we are not poor. We will do it properly. We will do it civilly. Then the only thing is I'm going to make sure that Osaze and people like him covenant not to beat any Benin man again. If they don't do that, I'm not going to report the case. Or we may Osaze, Kapwepo, Adu, Igbo, Yadu. People go out of line. We bring them in by whatever means necessary, but not by jungle justice. I'm launching an NGO against civil rights abuse, and I will put it on my head. I will fund it till I die. So I will use myself as the poster boy to be able to prevent future occurrences like this. Because I've taken the blows and I've decided to let it go.
Reacting, Osaze Kapwepo Adun thanked Dr. Don Pedro Obaseki for the warm reception.
I say make I call thank my Papa for your forgiveness. Baba, you do well, Baba. May God bless you. Thank you, Baba. May God grant you good death. Yes.
From Benin, Joy Obaisiagbon, ITV News.
Political realignments in Edo Central Senatorial District on Tuesday took a major stage with the reception of a former senator who represented Edo Central, Engineer Clifford Odia, a former federal lawmaker, Chief Joe Hedionle, and other prominent former members of the PDP and Labour Party into the All Progressives Congress. The event held at Irua, the administrative headquarters of Esa Central Local Government Area, attracted crowd of supporters from across different political divides in a show of solidarity, unity, and renewed political synergy ahead of 2027 presidential election. Government House correspondent Kingsley Uchebu reports.
This is what this book signifies.
The ranks of the All Progressive Congress in Edo Central is gaining renewed momentum as prominent members of the PDP and Labour Party, led by Senator Clifford Odia, joined forces with the Senator Monday Ogbolo-led APC in strengthening the party's fortunes ahead 2027. The event also featured the official inauguration of coordinators of the renewed Hope Ambassadors.
I inaugurate our work coordinators and LGA youth coordinators as ambassadors of hope.
Governor Ogbolo, while receiving the new members, expressed optimism about the party's growing strength, saying the influx of seasoned political actors attests to their firm belief of President Tinubu's leadership style and the APC's growing acceptance.
Look at our road. The concrete pavement, the last road in Ekoma, leading straight to Abuja, leading to Benin. Who is doing all these things? Is it not Azawaju? Welcome, my elder brother.
Edo State APC Deputy Chairman, Honorable Sylvester Aibobo, Senatorial Leader, General Cecil Esekaibo retired, Chief of Staff to the Governor, Honorable Yakubu Musa, and others described the defection as strategic.
We are here to receive the last of the Titans.
What the governor is doing by making every man and woman to join our party.
Senator Odia and other defectors said their realignment is to partner with Governor Ogbolo in delivering sustainable development.
Time has come for us to support what is good.
Henceforth, APC is the official party in the Esa land.
From Irua in Esan Central, Kingsley Uchebu, ITV News.
The arrest of some 7 and dismissed police officers of the Edo State Police Command alongside civilians involved in a coordinated criminal syndicate responsible for serious crimes including abduction and extortion has been commended by residents. They say the latest action by the police has brought a sense of relief and renewed confidence while also calling for sustained efforts to tackle illegal activities. Jaladojo reports.
10 suspects, including 5 serving police officers, 1 dismissed officer, 2 bus drivers, and a POS operator, were apprehended following several complaints from members of the public alleging harassment and extortion by police officers. According to the command's public relations officer, ASP Eno Ekoedem, the suspects allegedly operated along the Tebuga axis of Aduawa, where they unlawfully stopped unsuspecting citizens, forcefully conveyed them across various locations within Benin City, and compelled them to withdraw money through point of sales operators POS under duress.
The Commissioner of Police CP Monday Agbonika FDC launched an investigation into these complaints, and subsequently through several painstaking surveillance, some officers and some civilians were all arrested in connection to these extortion cases. And we are still on serious manhunts for the rest of this syndicate, and all of them will be arraigned in court to face the full weight of the law.
Reacting to the development, some residents commended the move by the command, saying that the issue of extortion and harassment by uniformed personnel is long overdue for decisive action.
This is a welcome development, and I know that this one is going to serve as deterrence to the other policemen. It should try and look into other areas, because we still have so many bad eggs among the Nigerian police force in Edo State specifically.
It's a very welcome development, because what we owe the police is to applaud them and encourage them for what they are doing well. And when they do bad, we also criticize them and draw their attention to it.
All Nigerians should obey the Constitution. People should be bold enough to resist oppression.
Edo State Police Command urged victims who may have encountered or fallen prey to the syndicate to come forward with useful information to aid further investigation and prosecution. From Benin, Jola Adeojo, ITV News.
As conversation surrounding governance and the 2027 elections continues to gather momentum across the country, concerns over infrastructure challenges and the future of Nigerians' opposition politics was under focus on the breakfast show this morning on ITV. Civil voices are calling for urgent government action on abandoned projects, while also urging stronger political structures to deepen democratic participation in Nigeria. The report by Ibrahim Adedeji is presented by Osamudeme Osaigi.
From Benin, commenting on the abandoned Udo Funama Road project, Acting National Secretary of Ijaw Youth Council, Egelu Edisemi Bright, said efforts have been made through protests and engagement with relevant authorities, including a series of meetings, but noted that progress has been delayed.
The process has been delayed. So we are calling on the NDDC and other relevant authority to come to our aid and please complete the road.
On the 2027 elections, political analyst Harrison Aimiye said recurring challenges continue to shape Nigeria's electoral cycle, stressing that lessons from past administrations appear not to have been fully learnt.
It's a situation where we are beginning to see authoritarianism. We are beginning to see people not given opportunity to decide who should govern them at a particular point in time.
From Lagos, public affairs analyst Sam Wasinda said the election should not be seen as a battle between political parties, but rather between the Nigerian people and the ruling party.
It's clear that the ruling party currently has a lot they are dealing with, and that is because they did not perform as they promised.
Osemdeme Osage, ITV News.
If you just joined us, this is ITV Network News. We'll now move over to our Lagos studio where Patricia is standing by. Patricia, over now to you.
Thank you, Wilson, and welcome to ITV News Lagos Studio. The Lagos State Police Command says it has taken steps to curtail the alleged cult-related clash in some areas in the state, particularly Shita, Akirele, Itire, Aguda, and Ishaga Azes, purportedly in retaliation for inside the command forces in the going areas.
State Police Command, in a statement, it has taken proactive and decisive measures to foster any breakdown of law and order in the affected areas and beyond. It reveals that prompt deployment of police personnel and operational assets was carried out in Shita, Akerele, Aguda, and Ishaga Azis, all the mentioned locations, other adjoining communities. The Commissioner of Police, Tijani Fatai, directed intensified patrols, transitioning as an increased police visibility across the identified flashpoints to ensure the safety of lives and property. The command said the areas are well secured and adequate security coverage has been put in place to deter any unlawful gatherings or activities. CP Tijani Fatai reassured members of the public that there is no cause for alarm and advised residents to go about for activities with or is an urgency fully on the ground to maintaining peace and order. He advised members of the public to disregard unverified rumors capable of creating panic, instead on information from official sources. From Lagos, Ibuji Horia, ITV News.
Lagos State Traffic Authority has reaffirmed its unwavering commitment to dispensing a constructive and mutually beneficial partnership with the media, while issuing a firm caution against the propagation of defamatory, unsustainable and potential misleading reports full of eroding public confidence in government institutions. The General Manager of LASTMA, Mr. Olalekan Bari-Oki, statement signed by the Director of Public Affairs and Enlightenment, Adebayo Tafik, made this known in the findings investigative constituted examine allegations published by an online platform which accused agents of the authority of extorting 100,000 naira from commercial bus operators along the Good Corridor.
TV. We now take a break. We'll be right back with more news.
The governor of Edo State, Senator Monday Okpebholo, has reaffirmed his administration's commitment to prioritizing the welfare of citizens, promising improved living standards beyond what his administration inherited. The governor made a statement when he took Nigerian singer and rapper Idris Abdul Karim on a guided tour of some ongoing and completed projects in Edo Central Senatorial District. Government House correspondent Kingsley Uchebu reports.
The tour, which covered key infrastructure and project sites, provided an opportunity for Governor Okpebholo to showcase his administration's efforts in driving growth and transformation. To Nigerian singer and rapper Idris Abdul Karim, Governor Okpebholo, in an interview with journalists, attributed the visible progress across the state to what he described as the purposeful leadership of President Bola Tinubu. He said support from the federal government has continued to contribute positively to the infrastructure development across the state.
You can see both federal road, state road, we are doing all.
If Edo is beautiful for Edo people. We have gone round, you have seen for yourself. So these are the things that matters to our people. These are the things that our people want to see. My interest again is also to make sure that I live Edo better than the way I met it.
Edo State Commissioner for Information, Communication and Strategy, Prince Kasim Afebwa, who was part of the tour, described Governor Bolo's developmental strides as unprecedented.
You can see the result. By the time we go through other projects in Edo South, you'll be shocked. Within 17 months that we have gone this far.
For Idris Abdul Karim, his visit to Edo State is to have first-hand knowledge about the different transformational projects across the state.
I've gone around and I've seen all the beautiful things that you are doing. People in Edo and those in diaspora, I'm here in Edo State. I've gone around Edo State to see the good work that he's doing. Congratulations.
Governor Bolo's urban renewal initiatives, as inspected by Idris Abdul Karim, beyond showcasing infrastructure development, is also to create praise for his administration's giant strides and shock among his critics. The inspection continues in Edo South Senatorial District. Kingsley Uchewu, ITV News.
Honorable Paul Afagase Johnson, a chaplain of the All Progressives Congress, Ward 7, Somorika in Akoko Edo local government area of Edo State, has formally declared his intention to contest the Akoko Edo Federal Constituency seat in the House of Representatives. Edo North Bureau Chief McDonald Irunokai, who covered the ceremony, reports.
The train moved from Honorable Afagase's Victory Campaign Office at Tukbogbo Junction, Igara, en route to APC Secretariat, Igara, for the declaration of interest to contest House of Representatives seat, Akoko Edo Federal Constituency. Addressing the gathering, spokesperson for Honorable Paul Afagase Johnson Campaign Organization, Honorable Harry Ekudayo, urged the people of Akoko Edo local government area to support the aspiration of the House of Representatives hopeful, Honorable Afagase Johnson, by changing the narrative in Akoko Edo local government area.
Since last year, there has been galvanizing everywhere. All the loot and credits of Akoko Edo, reaching out to the leaders, the women, leaders, and the youth. And he's not only doing that, from his own pocket, he has been doing a lot of empowerment.
The aspirant, Honorable Afagase Johnson, told the gathering that he is honored to declare his intention to contest Akoko Edo Federal Constituency seat in the House of Representatives to represent Akoko Edo local government area.
I seek your support, your prayers, and trust as I embark on this noble endeavor to represent you people in the Federal House of Representatives.
APC Chairman, Akoko Edo Local Government Chapter, Chief Mode Ose, vowed to give support to whoever assisted the party the time of struggles. Some chieftains of the party bears their mind on the need to give Honorable Paul Afagase Johnson full support for his aspiration to contest the House of Representatives, Akoko Edo Federal Constituency seat.
A decision has been taken by the party, and there is no going back on that decision.
As we are, I want all of us to speak with one voice.
We are here for the development of Akoko Edo.
The event later shifted to Honorable Afagase Victory Campaign Office at Tukbogbo for his birthday celebration, which featured cultural dancings and entertainment. From Igara, the administrative headquarters of Akoko Edo local government area of Edo North, McDonald Irunokai, ITV News.
An aspirant for the Ikpoboka constituency seat in Edo State House of Assembly, Ambassador Ikpomosa Clement ITC, has taken his consultation tour to the grassroots, visiting Ward 4 and Ward 1 in Ikpoboka local government area. The visits, which forms part of efforts to engage party members and build support ahead of the party primaries, attracted party executives, women leaders and supporters across the world. Ofure Anato reports.
The consultation tour, which followed his earlier declaration at the local government, saw the aspirant interacting with stakeholders at the ward level. Addressing party faithful in Ward 4, Ambassador Ikpomosa I2C described Ikpoboka as the largest constituency in Edo State, stressing the need for strong and effective representation.
I know, say, when I get Ward 4, I will get everywhere. Because we don't really get a strong voice where they do our bidding on our behalf. Now it make me come and say, make I aspire for this position.
Party leaders, including Ward 4 Chairman Stanley Ekoba, commended the move, assuring the aspirant of their support and prayers.
Our prayer is for you to achieve your desired aim.
Where you dey go, you will succeed.
The women, we are solidly behind you. We support you 100%. Now, good man, as he finds on us, so he had been very good.
At Ward 1, the visit was described as a homecoming, with party executive, including the chairman, Mr. Stanley Ehis, assuring the aspirant of their backing.
Hey, that's a city guy. He's still there. I'm very young. And who see he will like it. You have come to the Ward 1. No Ward 1.
With the support of Ward A Chairman and with your Chairman, we are solidly behind you.
We the women, by the special grace of God, we support you with prayers and we will carry you on our back, physically and spiritually.
Ambassador Clement reaffirmed his commitment to the party, noting his loyalty since 2018, while promising effective representation.
As if we say we get one constituency, we suppose get one person where we say he even pass two people self, to make sure say the interest of everybody in Ikpoba is protected.
The consultations are expected to continue across other wards ahead of the party's selection process. From Benin, Ofuri and Neta, ITV News.
The political tempo in Igor local government area, Edo State, is gradually gaining momentum as Honorable Sahon John Irunwode has officially declared his intention to contest for the Ego constituency seat in the Edo State House of Assembly, pledging to deliver purposeful representation and grassroots-driven development. The report by Shalom Omogara is presented by Osamudeme Osaigie.
In his remarks during the declaration, Honorable Irunwode emphasized the need for responsive leadership that prioritizes the welfare of the people, noting that his decision was born out of a desire to address pressing challenges within the constituency. Honorable Irunwode assured the constituents of transparency, accessibility and dedication if elected, calling for collective support to drive meaningful change in Ego.
Support me to represent you at the Edo State House of Assembly. I have everything in me to ensure Ego is developed. I have everything in me to ensure our governor do more for our people.
Supporters and stakeholders at the event expressed confidence in Honorable Irunwode's capacity to represent the interests of the people, describing him as a committed leader with a track record of community engagement.
All the leaders when they APC made their support to Sahon. So if Sahon come out, Ego go change.
If we can save him to represent Ego local government, I think it will change the narrative.
A man after the heart of the people. He has been a philanthropist par excellence. He has been there for the people, particularly the people from Ward 9 in Ego local government.
Ego should be rest assured that development will come, their voices will be heard, and meaningful and viable and visible development will be seen in every nook and cranny.
100% convinced. You can see the turnout today. This is just the beginning.
The move signals a step towards deeper involvement in shaping policies that directly impact the people of Ego constituency. Osemudeme Osage, ITV News.
The University of Benin, in collaboration with the West African Association for Commonwealth Literature and Language Studies, WACHOUS, has hosted the 2026 International Conference at its Sekawa campus. The gathering drew scholars, delegates and students from within and outside the university to discuss the impact of technology, digital humanities and artificial intelligence on African scholarship and society. Donald Amier reports.
Scholars
researchers, delegates, and students on Tuesday converged on the Faculty of Mass Communication and Media Studies, University of Benin, Ekema campus for the 2026 World Class International Conference. With the theme Creative Industry, Digital Humanities and Artificial Intelligence, Disruptions and Transformations in African Scholarship and Society, Vice Chancellor of the University, Professor Edoba Omoyege, SAN, presented by the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Ekema campus, Professor Buni Yami Ayinde, reaffirmed the university's commitment to academic excellence, research, and technological advancement. In a keynote address, Deputy Vice Chancellor of Ajayi Crowther University, Professor Muyiwa Popola, urged scholars and media practitioners to strategically adapt to emerging technologies.
Not to accept whatever is coming from the European continent just because they are Europeans, just because they are Americans. We must be able to look at their concept and say, this has ever been with us.
In their separate remarks, Dean, Faculty of Communication and Media Studies, UNIBEN, Professor Marcelinos Okahu, and Head of Department of Mass Communication, Dr. Daniel Ihariafo, described the conference as timely and impactful.
As Chairman of Workers, I welcome all delegates here from within and outside Nigeria to Benin.
If all that is on the repository, data banks around the world are foreign, it means we have already lost us in the global competition for data and all the rest.
Among participants was the Assistant General Manager, News and Current Affairs, Independent Television and Radio, Mr. Agosa Bulao, who commended the conference for bridging academia and professional media practice.
I must admit that artificial intelligence has come to stay. Everyone, especially media practitioners, must understand the efficacy of the tools of artificial intelligence.
The event featured colorful cultural displays by students showcasing Edo heritage. From Benin, Donald Iminyem, ITV News.
The elders of Obadan community in Uwonde local government area of Edo State, led by the Ojowe Pa Moses Omagbon, have commended efforts of His Royal Majesty Ewaye II, the above Benin, for efforts as ensuring peace in the various communities. The elders, during a briefing in Obadan community, said the palace of the Benin monarch is here to pass judgment in the lingering dispute between Baga and Ugbeka quarters. Ipomosa Ugiagbe reports.
The gathering by elders of the various quarters in Obadan community is to clarify the position of the Oba Palace Conflict Resolution Committee headed by the Obazelu of Benin, Chief Osaro Ida, on the lingering boundary dispute between Ukbaga and Ugbeka quarters of Obadan. Briefing newsmen, the Ojonwe of Obadan, Pa Moses Omagmo, commended Obaewaye II for his fatherly role and frowned at the misrepresentation of the advice given by the Conflict Resolution Committee by Ugbeka quarters who are celebrating victory. He appealed to all sons and daughters of Obadan community to be law-abiding and remain calm pending the judgment by the palace.
The advice the palace gave us was that the streets, that they should go home and maintain peace, and they should go and maintain their ancestral land where they are farming. They should go there and maintain it so that peace to reign. He never said that this is guilty or this is not guilty.
Representatives of some quarters in Obadan community comment.
It gave general advice, even to those people who are in dispute and those people who are not, who came as observer. Go home. You are one. Maintain peace. Do not go and fight. All what we want to tell you, both sides in dispute. Wherever you have been farming, maintain your farmland. Don't go beyond. You should not let us here you go and fight.
So we appreciate our Royal Majesty Monobadedu Boakbolokbolo Obaewaye II for the judgment he gave to us. So should go and maintain peace. The individuals should maintain their own ancestral farmland. The Ojowe are here to confirm the judgment. So we are happy about it.
Ikmomusa Ugiagbe, ITV News.
We will take another break. Don't go away. The senator representing Borno South Senatorial District in the National Assembly, Aliyu Ndume, has called for joint efforts by the federal government and the Borno state government to end the insurgency in the state and, by extension, the country as a whole. Ndume, who spoke on Politics Today on Channels TV on Monday night in Abuja, called on President Bola Tinubu to establish a situation room in the presidential villa to monitor and give immediate responses to the insurgency rocking Borno State, while calling for foreign support, especially from the United States of America, to combat the insurgency. Ndume said the intelligence gathering, air support, engagement of war experts and special forces, coupled with ammunition, information, and the use of drones and surveillance cameras will go a long way in bringing the current situation under control. The lawmaker, however, charged the federal government to walk its talk on the declaration of a state of emergency on insecurity, commending Governor Babagana Zulum of Borno State for complementing the efforts of the military. He charged the president to deploy agencies such as National Emergency Management Agency, the Federal Roads Maintenance Agency, and the Ministries of Humanitarian Affairs and Housing to Borno to begin the process of coming to the aid of residents who have been displaced from their ancestral homes. He also called on the federal government to set machineries in motion to rescue over 400 people abducted by insurgents in Ugwose community of Goza local government area without delay. Kano State government has approved the sum of 4.4 billion naira for the payment of senior secondary certificate examination fees for more than 150,000 candidates in public schools. The Commissioner for Education, Ali Abubakar Makoda, announced the approval on Sunday at a press conference, stating that the intervention would benefit over 150,000 senior secondary school 3 students across the state. He explained that the sponsorship targets candidates under the Kano Educational Resource Department, the State Science and Technical Schools Board, and the Agency for Integrated Education Development, other than that it is specifically designed for indigent students in public secondary schools. According to the Commissioner, the initiative underscores the commitment of Governor Abba Kabir Yusuf's administration to ensuring that no student is denied the opportunity to complete secondary education due to financial constraints. In our talking business, Nigeria and Morocco are set to take a major step towards realizing the long-awaited transcontinental gas infrastructure project as both countries prepare to sign an intergovernmental agreement this year for the $25 billion pipeline, according to a report by Reuters on Monday. The agreement, which is expected to formalize political and regulatory commitment for the ambitious project, marks a significant milestone in the development of the proposed African Atlantic Gas Pipeline, a 6,900-kilometer network designed to transport natural gas from Nigeria across West Africa to Morocco and onward to Europe. An intergovernmental agreement on a planned $25 billion Nigeria-Morocco gas pipeline will be signed this year. The head of Morocco's Hydrocarbons and Mining Agency confirmed. The Director General of Office National des Hydrocarbures et des Mines, Amina Ben Kadra, said the signing of the intergovernmental agreement would pave the way for stronger institutional coordination among participating countries. The Nigeria-Morocco pipeline, backed by the Economic Community of West African States, is one of Africa's most ambitious energy infrastructure projects, involving 13 countries along the West African coast. The project is seen as a strategic alternative to traditional gas export routes, particularly as Europe seeks to diversify energy sources following geopolitical disruptions in global gas markets. And now talking entertainment, popular Nigerian gospel musician Moses Blaze has narrated how his wife, Maria Blaze, battled an unknown ailment. Moses, who shared this during his recent ministration at the Mountain Experience program in Abuja, stated that Maria couldn't breathe during the sickness. While testifying to the power of God, the singer explained that the ailment, which could not be diagnosed despite multiple tests, comes with body pain and difficult breathing. Popular Nigerian gospel musician Moses Blaze has narrated how his wife Maria Blaze battled an unknown ailment. Moses, who shared this during his recent ministration on the Mountain Experience program in Abuja, stated that Maria couldn't breathe during the sickness. While testifying to the power of God, the singer explained that the ailment, which could not be diagnosed despite multiple tests, comes with body pain and difficulty breathing. He further revealed that the undiagnosed illness was overcome with prayers. And on the foreign scene, the United States military has carried out another attack on a vessel at the Eastern Pacific, killing 2 people in the latest deadly strike by U.S. forces on boats that Washington alleges have linked to Latin American drug trafficking cartel. Osamudeme Osaigi reports.
U.S. Southern Command, which is responsible for Washington's military operations in Latin America and the Caribbean, confirmed the attack in a post on social media late on Monday, claiming to have killed 2 male narco-terrorists without providing any evidence. Southern Command claimed that based on intelligence reports, the boat was transiting along known narco-trafficking routes in the Eastern Pacific and was targeted with a lethal kinetic strike on the orders of U.S. Commander General Francis L. Donovan. Osemudeme Osaigi, ITV News.
And now talking sports, in football, Leeds stunned Manchester United with their first league win at Old Trafford since 1981 as they took a giant step towards safety on a bad night for Michael Carrick's side. Noah Okafor put the visitors in front with a clinical first-time effort after just 5 minutes and had Leeds 2 ahead by half-time with a shot that flicked off Nelly Yoro and into the corner. Sandro Martinez, returning after 2 months out through injury, was sent off for pulling Dominic Calvert-Lewin's hair. Casemiro pulled one back for Manchester United as Bruno Fernandes produced his 17th assist of the season, 3 shots of the Premier League record for a single campaign. The feat means Red Devils go to Chelsea on Saturday, knowing defeat would leave them 4 points ahead of the Blues with 5 games remaining. And that's it on the news tonight. Thanks a lot for watching. Good night.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is Anegbete Community, situated in Isako Central Local Government Area of Edo State. It is an agrarian community with united people that promotes unity and oneness for peaceful coexistence. The inhabitants of the community migrated from Benin, the cradle of black civilization, a kingdom where king is truly king. The ancestors of Anegbete saw that age was the main determinant of leadership in the rural setting, and the eldest man in the settlement was regarded as the leader who presided over meetings, and his authority is held in high esteem. To further strengthen this unique system of leadership, age group evolved in Anegbete. In Anegbete, age group is categorized into two, that is, the common and the noble. Anegbete is rich in cultural heritage, as the community at noon saw the commitment of the festival with the first set roll out in beauty colors to showcase their might and strength, indicating their feet and ready for the responsibilities behold on them. The streets in the community with a feed up of young men and women adorned with the festival. Later, the royal family takes the stage as their children fight out royally and work in the community to showcase their might and fitness.
you for joining us today on the program Healthy Living. I'm Adisu Wausawage, and today we want to be talking about something that affects not only one woman but women in generally, and some women can actually manage it while some cannot manage it. Okay, so it depends on the woman. All right, so we want to look at menopause. Doctors have said, nature has said that it is a natural biological process women go through, typically between age 45, 55. That's before, we don't know now. And it is when the ovaries stop producing estrogen, leading to the end of menstruation. And symptoms vary. So doctor is here to tell us the rest about menopause. So joining me to talk about this is Dr. Toyin Elizabeth Faboya. She is the Chief Medical Officer, University of Benin Health Center. Hello, doctor.
Thank you.
You look good, always looking good.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, so we're here to talk about women palava. Talk to us, doctor. Menopause from the doctor's view. I just said my own from the research that I made as a doctor. Talk to us about menopause.
Thank you. Menopause, first of all, we should know that it's a natural process. It's not a disease condition.
And it's not a curse.
It's not a curse. It's a natural process, normal developmental stages of women. So it marks like the end of menstruation, menstrual period in a woman, you know, due to the loss or decrease in function of the ovarian follicular activities in the body. You know, women, we have 2 ovaries that releases eggs every month. So due to the reduce in the function in the production of the hormones like the estrogen and progesterone, so it will now lead to gradual reduction in the menstrual period, then before it will now finally cease. So we can say that somebody is in has entered menopause when there is no menstruation at all for 12 consecutive months. Because we also have what we call perimenopausal. That's before the menopause, around the menopause. And I mean, and this can take like 4 to 10 years, average of 5 to 8 years before the menopause. At this period, the individual can start experiencing irregularity in the menstrual flow. Both with the quantities, the volume, can be alternating. Maybe this time around it can just be spotting. For the normal duration is 2 to 7. So in this case, it might just be spotting for like 4 or 5 days. Then in another cycle, it might now be flowing heavily. In fact, the individual might think maybe there's something else associated with the menstruation. No, it's just because of that period with around the menopause.
So apart from the seizure of blood, what other signs and symptoms are there?
Because of the effect of this estrogen, these hormones in the body, because it's not only for that menstruation function. We also have the receptors in the brain, in the muscle, in the joint, in other areas.
So every part of the woman's body.
So that's why when the symptoms comes, it do affect the whole body. And this menopause is around age 45 to 55 years. Average age, the average age is 51 years.
51 years.
51 years.
And so menopause must come on every woman.
Yes. And some do even come earlier.
Earlier than 45.
Earlier than 45. So we call that one is early menopause. Then we also have the one we call premature.
Premature. Please describe that one for me. Let's see.
Premature is also the cessation of the menstruation that comes before age 40. Before age 40 years.
All right, a woman we've heard stories, we've heard some testimonies here and there that even after menopause, a woman conceive and bears a child, because you know during menopause a woman is not supposed to conceive, right?
Yes.
But as a doctor, how medically okay is that?
It's possible, because we have what we call ovulation.
Okay.
Ovulation is when the ovary releases the eggs, that when there is now sexual intercourse, the sperm will now fertilize. So at times, especially around that perimenopausal stage, the individual might not menstruate, but they might be released of the egg from the ovary.
Okay, and she can get pregnant.
Yeah, so you can also get pregnant even without the menstruation.
The menstruation.
Also, this also occur during the early stage of puberty. You know, when a girl child attains puberty age, the climax is what we call menarche. That's the appearance of the menstruation. So also around that age, the initial 2 to 3 years, because of this hormonal imbalance, so the girl child might not menstruate, but that doesn't mean that it's not ovulate. Okay. So once you are ovulating, there's possibility of pregnancy if there's sexual intercourse.
Okay, you know, like some women, once they hit menopause, they run helter-skelter from one hospital to another, one spiritual home to another. So talk to us, doctor. What are the best treatment options for menopausal symptoms?
Okay, before we talk of treatment, let's look at the symptoms first.
You know, you told us some of the symptoms already.
Okay.
Yeah.
So some of the symptoms, especially at the initial stage. We will call it vasomotor symptoms.
Vasomotor symptoms. Is that English?
No, it's our medical
vasomotor syndrome. Vasomotor.
Yes.
Okay. Vasomotor. What does it mean?
So there's this the way it will manifest in the body. Okay, like 80% of women, they do experience what we call hot flashes. Yes, that hot flashes, they kind of heat sensation from the head down to the neck to the chest. Maybe that will last for like 5 minutes. Okay. Then it goes away. Can also reoccur more than 4 or 5 times
in a day.
In a day. Wow. So then also because of the effect of these reduced hormones in the body, the individual can also experience what we call a sleep disturbance. Okay. Insomnia. Okay. Finding it difficult to sleep at night. Night sweat. Excessive night sweat. Okay. Then the person can also experience what we call headache.
You know, the last time we treated headache with somebody, he said there are different types of headache.
Yes.
Forehead, somewhere, you know, in the center of it. So at which part of the head will she feel the headache, so that the woman knows what is coming up on her? Is it all round, or there's a special area of the head where
most likely all round?
Okay.
That's the both sides.
Persistent headache?
No, might just be mild. Okay. But there will be disturbance. Okay. Especially in the sleep area. So after that, we can also look at the effect in the urogenital system. That's the urinary system. Okay. And the vaginal area. So,
the problem there too.
Yes, there is. At that stage, there's what we call frequency. That's the individual might now start urinating frequently. Okay. Maybe with small volume at a time. Okay. Then there's also what we call urgency. Urgency is the feeling that when you feel like urinating, for example, and you feel that the environment is not conducive, then you'll be able to hold the urine. But at that stage, you will not be able to hold the urine. So if you are not fast enough, you might now see yourself wetting your body. And there's what you call incontinence. Because of the, we said this estrogen is not only for the menstruation aspect alone, it also strengthens the muscles and things like that. So when they are reduced or lack in the body, it also affects the muscles. Will not be slacking. It will not be slacking. Okay. So the individual might start releasing urine maybe with after coughing or excessive laugh and things like that. So the urine will start leaking. It will now start leaking out.
Is that normal?
During that stage,
because for some women, they will see it as a big problem.
It's a problem. So in which, if anybody is experiencing such, you should just visit the hospital. And there are some exercises that you can also do to strengthen the muscles there. It's called a Kenge exercise.
Kenge exercise.
In which you just have to strengthen. You know, there's a way you sit and strengthen your muscle down there. So you do it continuously. You hold the muscle there, you release it. So as I'm here now, I'm doing it. So
now you will teach me. You are going to teach me when we leave here. So you hold the vaginal muscle.
Muscles, you just hold it tight.
Okay.
For some time, then you release it.
Okay.
So you are strengthening the muscles around that area.
Okay, so once you're 45 and above, you know that you're approaching menopause, you should learn that exercise to save you from leaking urine when you don't even want to pee. The thing will just come on its own like that. Perhaps the woman should wear sanitary towel or something at that point too.
No, I don't think this is necessary, except if the person is experiencing it often.
Okay, so it's just once in a while thing. Maybe when you cough or you laugh too much.
Yes.
That's huge. So talk to us about treatment now.
Okay.
So what kind of treatment can a woman take for such
you know, I said,
an issue?
Okay, as I said earlier on, it's not a disease condition.
Okay.
That you start looking for treatment. I mean, are you getting it? It's a natural process.
Yes.
So except when it's not so disturbing, to the extent that it's now preventing daily activities and things like that, that the person might not need special attention. But there are some coping mechanisms
that you can
employ.
All right, let's take a very short break here. When we come back, you come and tell us about that coping mechanism and some other things like mood swing. Somebody did say that mood swing is another terrible problem when it comes to menopause. All right, we'll take a very short break now. We'll be right back. Stay tuned. Thank you for joining us again on the program Healthy Living, and we are looking at menopause. All right, Dr. Faboya, you did say that there are some exercise a woman can engage in and then treatment. Does this treatment include hormonal or non-hormonal treatments?
Yes, we have what we call hormonal replacement therapy.
Okay, how does that work?
That one is like, you know, I said there is a loss of now estrogen and progesterone in the body. So in the severe condition, that's a serious condition that the person is now, now needs to be admitted into the hospital, so they can now reintroduce those hormones. So that's what we call hormonal replacement therapy.
Would that not cause another problem for the woman?
Of
maybe
course,
like cancer
there's
or any
associated issue with it, side effects. So it's not the first line of treatment. So it's after exploring the hormonal treatment. The severe cases, so they might need to introduce it for some time and then withdraw it gradually.
Okay, that is when these symptoms are severe, woman can go to the hospital. Yes. But when they are not severe, normal, the woman can just live through it.
And because it's not a disease condition. I mean, you understand? It's a normal, natural process.
That
you now need to get used to. With this information now, it will now prepare the individual psychologically to be able to cope with it. Because some people, without the information, the pre-information, they do tends to think that it's not a disease condition without knowing that it's a normal natural process, that is the menopause that they are going through.
Okay, now let's look at food and diet exercise. You just said that exercise can help, that there's this exercise of tightening the muscles and Kenge, all right, Kenge, the Kenge exercise. Now, what about food? Can diet help?
Yes, of course, it can help, like a balanced diet.
Okay.
Then there will not be need.
Balanced diet. Look at Nigeria of today before you mention that balanced diet.
No, but it's not as if it's so expensive. When you understand what it entails, you will know that it's a normal. Is our way of eating, just that we need to do one or two things. For example, we now need to incorporate vegetables and fruit to our diet. Vegetable and fruit.
Very important.
Fibers is very, very important.
Okay.
And then we reduce spicy food.
Okay.
Because with that spicy food, it will increase these hot flashes of a thing. It will make it to get worse. All those spicy food. So you remove all those spices from your food, then incorporate vegetables and fruit to your diet. Then when we talk of balanced diet, it's just that you have to incorporate all the 6 classes of food.
Of food in it.
Yes, in it. Carbohydrate, protein, fats, your minerals, vitamins at the appropriate portion.
Okay. So at what point can the woman introduce supplements? Because when you go online, before you type 2 things, something will just pop up, a supplement for menopause. And how safe are these supplements?
Supplements, before you take supplements, you have to see the doctor and see if you actually need it. Although at this stage of life, there tends to be deficiency in calcium, vitamin D.
Okay.
Because I said it's not only the menstruation aspect that these hormones are involved. They are also involved in bones.
Everything.
Bones. So around this menopause, post-menopause, you have osteoporosis. That's the bones will start thinning away and things like that. So, but you have to do, at least let them check your calcium, the serum calcium level before you start. Because before you start taking the supplements, they will not be the one to see if there is need for you to take supplement or not. And if you take adequate vegetables and fruit, you will get these vitamins from your fruit.
You will not need all of those supplements.
You will not need the supplements. So if you can get your good vegetables and your fruits, it will give you the adequate vitamins that is required.
Okay, let us look at menopause and sex. I run a love program on radio, and there was a day somebody called to say that he wants a wife because his wife hit menopause. That means the wife is not sweet anymore. That is exactly how the man put it, that he wants another wife, and he was seeking advice. So, does menopause affect the sexual life of a woman?
Yes.
Yes, how?
Yes. There will not be reduce in sexual libido, that the sexual drive
for the woman,
even for the for the woman, and even the men too, they also have their own issue, andropause. But unlike the women there's cessation of those hormones, but in men they have reduction. It's not totally out of the system.
It's just a mere reduction.
Yes, it's
but
reduced.
The woman is total cessation.
It's total cessation. So they also have that low libido, low sexual drive. And then most time it's not really their fault, because these changes also affect their vagina. So it will not make the vagina to be dry. So by the time they are not having the sexual intercourse, there tends to be painful sexual intercourse.
Nothing to help the woman, nothing to help the man?
No, there is something to help the woman. So if there is issue like that, there are lubricants that can be applied that will prevent that friction and make the sex to be enjoyable.
So the woman should not retire, because we also hear that from age 50 and above, the woman becomes very active in sexual activities. How true is that, doctor? Not true, I've been a lie.
Most times they are not very active. In fact, they tend to withdraw, especially when they've completed their family cycle as per the number of children that they want. They tend to withdraw from the sexual activity. Instead, they get withdrawn because they now feel that it's for reproduction aspects. So,
and after that, they're already done. All right, doctor, as we are moving towards the end of the show now, talk to us generally now, how can a woman cope as we round up our show?
Good.
The things a woman should do to make her live normal life.
Good. They should be aware that it's a natural process. That's the first thing. That's the fundamental information that they should know.
They
that
should
is
know.
a,
It's
is
normal.
a natural
It's
process.
not sickness. You're
It's
not
not sickness.
sick.
It's not disease. So, and then the coping mechanism, maybe at night, make your room to be airy.
Okay.
Airy. Open the windows. Let there be cross ventilation. Then you can wet your towel a little and use it
to mop yourself.
Okay.
This one when
then you start wearing layers
of
clothes. Maybe the one with jackets. Maybe if I mean in the day, so if you are feeling it, you can easily remove the jacket. And then if you are feeling cold, you put on the jacket. Then you can use all those lubricants for the sexual aspect. Then for the urinary symptoms, you can go through this Kenge exercise to strengthen the muscle there.
All right, Dr. Faboya, you have spoke so much. You've talked to us on this issue of menopause. So, Madam, know you today, and Oga, you know, some men seem to, they kind of withdraw from their wives too when it gets to that period. You know, they feel that maybe the woman is sick or something. So, Oga, please, you need to sit and help your wife go through this stage of menopause. It is not a disease. It is not sickness. You can actually enjoy sex together if only you can stand by that woman. And there are some exercises you should do. Call me later if you people have my number, you know. Just talk to us on our social media platform, ask after me, and I will learn that exercise from Doctor, and then I'll come and teach you, okay? So, Doctor, thank you for finding time to be with us.
Thank you, ma.
And we'll see you guys again next week on the show, Healthy Living. Bye-bye.
Bye.
ITV, certainly the best.
Ugeni Madonna, Imazedion, Orebo, Obesni Agbo, Emanazo, or Ugeni Madonna.
You will have to serve the community for 30 years before you come to this stage. They will ordain you ordain title. Then by then you are one of the elder.
This year now, we don't read the year, so that's why we can do this year.
Historically, joining the Elders Council, an individual must have reached a certain age and must have made significant contributions to the community through leadership, service, or other meaningful ways. There was jubilation in the community as sons and daughters of Okada, both at home and in the diaspora, trooped out to be part of the ceremony with various homes of the initiates agog with festivities. Friends and well-wishers of those initiated into the Elders Council jubilated at the Ogwedion after performing all traditional rites. The elders, known as Edion, in company with their loved ones, danced to their various homes where guests and family members were entertained.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is Aqua Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of famine. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin Aqua Seed. Ayo or Aqua Game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Aqua Game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Viewers, welcome to Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji. A lot is currently happening in Nigeria, especially in the area of insecurity. So we're going to be looking at the life sentence that was actually given to the IPOB leader, Nnamdi Kanu, and the possible socio-political implications that it's going to be having in the country. I am Caroline Okonji on Viewpoint. So let's go talk to some of our resource persons and residents of Edo State to hear what their reactions going to be about this particular topic. I am Caroline once again on Viewpoint.
I'm not surprised I was given a life sentence. In fact, I would say that it's even lucky. Because at a point during the trial, he disposed of his team of lawyers. He said he wanted to defend himself. You are not a lawyer, you are standing trial, a trial that the punishment is either life imprisonment or death. So I would say that it's even lucky. At the end of the day, the judge opted to give him life imprisonment in spite of all the provocations, insulting the judges, insulting the lawyers and all that. I think the punishment was even fair on him. You understand? That's the way I look at it. Then if we are talking about the political implication, of course, one would have expected that the president, being that they've actually at times they try to talk peace with Boko Haram terrorists, they try to make peace with bandits that are busy ravaging the northern part of the country. One would have expected that he should have also been given an olive leaf to ensure that there will be peace in the east. Because whether you like it or not, he has thousands or millions of sympathizers that are in the east, especially in the east. Even around the world, you also have some people that are actually very sympathetic to whatever is agitating for, whether rightly or wrongly. So I would have expected the president to leverage on that issue by granting him that amnesty, just like the way they did to Igboho and co. Because of course, at a point, those ones were also agitating in the western part of the country. He was able to give them, he was able to settle with them, just as we also had with men in the southern side of the south of the country. We also, Yar'Adua then, when he was alive, was able to grant them amnesty to ensure that there was peace there. Nobody was disturbing the pipelines and everything was going very fine. So I would have expected that this administration would have tried to leverage on that in order to create that enough peace in the east. Because as we are still talking, the sit-at-home order that they are giving is still very relevant, is still being enforced in some states in the east, like especially in Owerri, Imo State. They still observe it. In some other states, they also observe it. So people, even when you want to travel to the east now, you become very apprehensive because you know that you don't know what will happen because of that sit-at-home order and all that. So I felt that the federal government should have leveraged on that. But for him to have said he wanted to defend himself, we as lawyers immediately made that decision. We knew that there was nothing that was going to save him. Because no matter how you feel that you know the law, you cannot know the law like a lawyer. The lawyers would have been able to look at his the case that was presented by the prosecution and be able to raise a very good, robust defense, raise enough maybe probably discrepancies and loopholes in the prosecution's defense that would have warranted him being maybe being discharged and acquitted of this offense. But he opted to say he wanted to defend himself, that he never needed lawyers again, and this is where we are. Since the trial started, even when he has been convicted now, we have actually not seen an upsurge in the security situation in the east. So it seems as if people have also accepted that he has been convicted and nobody's saying anything. For now, I don't know. It's possible they might have plans to say they want to come out to the street, or to have plans to start demonstrating, or maybe attacking government and government institutions and all that. Nobody knows. But for the now, it has actually not affected anything. It has not increased the insecurity in those regions more than where it was before. It has not at all.
I want to say that the sentence given to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the judgment itself and the sentence that followed from the judgment, they were very fair to him, very fair. Ordinarily, the law provides for a death sentence for such an offense. So, but the judge, in his wisdom, decided to give him life imprisonment, which is still a subject of controversy in the legal sphere. Now, the question should be: did the judgment flow from the facts, evidence before court? And the answer that will follow is yes. When a prosecution closes its case, they've led evidence as to how they allude or claim that a person committed an offense. It is the duty of that person to allow himself, by way of calling witnesses, to debunk what the prosecutor has said. But what the defendant, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, did was to choose, rather than defend himself, he chose to attack the court, was questioning the court at every point, challenging the court's authority over him. That's not how a trial proceeds. And the judge had no choice at that point but to bring his defense to an end, since obviously his action, he's saying that he doesn't have a defense. So the court in his wisdom brought his defense to an end and went ahead to move the matter straight for judgment, since there was really nothing to defend anymore. And when he was also asked to make a written address, rather than make written address, he brought a motion upon which he attached an address. It is that address the court now took as his further address in the matter. So the judgment itself, to me, is sound. Now, coming to the circumstances of security challenge in this country, whether that judgment will aggravate security challenge in this country, I will tell you, security situation in this country is already bad. So we should not, with this our fear of, if I take this step, security challenge will increase. If I take that step, security challenge, that is what has aggravated the security situation in this country. Each step we take, we are looking at, one person, every person, somebody must be offended. That's the truth. As a leader, you are not there to go and serve ice cream. Your job is to go there and deliver justice, no matter whose horse is God. If it is the Igbo man today, give justice to and against him where it's necessary. If it's an Hausa man, do the same. If it's a Yoruba man, do the same. That is the only issue. The problem people are having is that while you are imprisoning and sentencing Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, you are begging and placarding the Fulanis that are and other tribes that are presently causing mayhem in this country, because we have seen them. Because people they try to say, the filmmaker that made the movie The Head wanted to just bring bad name to the Fulanis. But we see every day on social media, the Fulanis, the headsmen, they celebrate their actions. And when you see the ones celebrating their actions in the bush, they are Fulanis. They will show you their captives in the bush. So if all the media space is filled up, TikTok is filled up with Fulani headsmen that are keeping people in captivity in the name of they are now in charge of security of this country. They are showing off how much they have decimated the security situation in this country. Then you say we should not talk about their tribe. We should talk about their tribe. Every tribe has bad egg, and it should be dealt with as such. You should not look at the tribe's name. Now you talk about how the Igbos will react. The truth is, the Igbo man has suffered a lot in this country. I will not mince words in saying it. The Igbo man has suffered a lot. I was in Jos Plateau State in 2008 when the Jos crisis was at its peak. Igbo man suffered a lot. You know the painful part? When you will now go to the police station and the court, when you expect to see a large number of persons that were arrested, you will see them today that over 300 persons are in custody. Come next week, nobody is there. No trial takes place. It's as if we treat this security situation as if it's just two fighting. Two people fought yesterday. We just say, don't do it again. We pat them at the back and go home. People die. Somebody has died. It's not a case of two people fought. It's now a serious offense that must be dealt with all the importance attached to it. in America, one person went and killed somebody in front of the White House there. Killed somebody there. If you see the way the government took it, it's as if they took it as if it is the whole war, as if it was a war. They gave it all the seriousness required. But here, when somebody is killed here, we treat it as if it's foul that was killed. When people, the government will just treat it as if take for example the way they dealt with this Akure, is it Kwara State church kidnapping, where people with people with firearms, brandishing firearms, come into a church and started committing havoc, wreaking havoc, shooting at people. Then they took some away. Then the next day, the government came out proudly, without shame, to say they are happy to announce that they have rescued these people. Then why, after rescuing, what did you now do to those who came to commit the offense?
In my opinion, it's very, very unfortunate that the Nigerian society has degenerated to this extent that we find ourselves judicially and politically. The silence of good people in the face of oppression and cruelty is an injustice to justice. I will not fail to lend my voice against the political conviction, because the offense or the crime committed by Mazi Nnamdi Kanu does not warrant life imprisonment, because though his actions cannot be in any way justifiable, but when there is an incitement of public, there is a provision for it. And when you talk about treason, there must be an evidence that the persons who is being charged for treason has in any way connived or collaborated or conspired with other persons in quest to usurp the powers of the state. But in the case of Nnamdi Kanu, he only made verbal statements. There was no evidence that he bear arms. There was no evidence that he waged war against the Nigerian state, and there was no evidence that he killed anybody. So why should he be sentenced to life imprisonment when we have seen recently that the so-called repentant Boko Haram who have killed, who have raped, who have kidnapped, who have waged war, who have committed genocide, we are being forgiven, so to say, by the Nigerian state and be infused into the Nigerian military formation. That's to say, they will grant presidential pardon. These are the persons who have openly killed, who have steal, and who have destroyed. We have equally seen another terrorist who were arrested, charged to court, and was given just 20 years imprisonment. Meanwhile, in the case of Kanu, someone who have never been seen bearing arms, who have never seen killing someone, who have never seen destroy anything, was sentenced to life imprisonment. I have this to say. This is a political convention, not a lawful or a judicial convention. If it were to be in accordance with the law, he would have been given 5, 6, 10 years, as the case may be, imprisonment, not to be sentenced to life imprisonment. Does his offense warrant life imprisonment? In its entirety, he doesn't warrant life imprisonment. Like I have said, I condemn his actions for inciting violence, but that offense does not warrant life imprisonment. So the Nigerian actors, the political actors, should look into the conviction and the processes so that it doesn't lead to or compound the socio-political unrest in the eastern part of the country and other part of the nation. So the Nigerian state should be very careful, because we have series of insecurity that the state is trying to deal with. They shouldn't compound the problem. I think what the federal government is trying to do, everything happening about Nnamdi Kanu is purely political. It is not in accordance with the law. Yes, the Nigerian government have the right to transfer him to any correctional service, maybe for the purpose of his safety. unity because they are also fearful that the Biafran agitation might also have plans or motive to get into the prison and rescue him out of prison. Perhaps that would be the government fear. Again, I am not also comfortable that transferring to the northern part of the country is also safe or politically wise enough, being for the fact that the northern part of the country and the eastern part of the country have been along ahead. We remember vividly respective to what happened during the Civil War. So we don't want a situation whereby even the bandits or those in the north that doesn't have the good interest of the east will also get at him in the prison, because if he dies in the prison unjustly, that will amount to series of insecurity if it will not warrant another civil war in this country.
Treason or levying war against the state could likely take death or life imprisonment. If you see what the consequences of the actions of indigenous people of Biafra has taken a toll on the southeast, some people have died. They are trying to secede. It's a very serious decision for a part of a country to want to secede. We saw what happened in the United Kingdom when the Republic of Ireland wanted to secede. The United Kingdom fought tooth and nail to ensure that they stop it, although eventually part of Ireland seceded. No country takes it lightly. And so, taking into cognizance the socio-economic, socio-political dynamics of his sentence, it will dampen the morale of every Southeasterner, because generally people are saying that it seems that the Southeast is caged. But I think if Nnamdi Kanu and his group are going to pipe low, then a political situation can be found so that peace can be restored to the Southeast. There's a political aspect to it. The thing is that, is Nnamdi Kanu ready to back down from his agitation? Like I said, no nation takes it lightly when you want to break up the nation. Because if you look at all our constitutional conference, one aspect that has always been non-negotiable is the territorial integrity and the unity of this country. We don't negotiate it. And so we have fought a war before, and nobody wants a war. Even the Nnamdi Kanu that he's talking about, was he part of those who fought that war? Most of the people who are talking about the levying war against the state were not part of the war fought in the 60s. And I think that the East should reconsider warming up to the Federation and other regions, stretch their hands across the Niger and shake the Southeasterners and restore them back into the nation as friends, brothers, and co-partners in the building of Nigeria.
Though, if we really want to follow the laws of the land, what the federal government has done was done in the right direction. But we can also say that sometimes the hand the father used to beat the child is the also same hand to bring that child back to the body. What Nnamdi Kanu did, truly we can say it's wrong, because you cannot shout war in a country and don't also expect the consequence. People like related Abiola also suffer same fate when they declare themselves as president, because we are in a sovereign nation, we are in a nation where laws abide. So I think what the federal government did was done in the right direction. But can we say, is it not going to also affect politically? Definitely yes, you can't say no about that. The reason is because Nnamdi Kanu is a voice as we speak. After the demise of Odumegwu Ojukwu, Nnamdi Kanu became the voice that the Igbo people believe in. 60% of them believe in the cause of Nnamdi Kanu. So it's also going to disturb the political calculation from that angle. And taking him to the area where
to me, it's not also safe for the very just now. Was also something done in the bad faith. But what I would excuse is that if they put him in Kuje prisons, it's going to be a sort of mecca where people come to visit him. That goes to tell you the type of person that has been arrested. For you to know that if you keep him here, that place is going to be a beehive of activities. It goes to show that person. So I think we will also come to the table of the president to beg, to have leniency, to beg, to say what he has done before can be seen, can be forgiven. Because we are in a country where people slaughter, people kidnap, people kill people, show their guns, and nothing is done to those people. The same government that has given out the Kalu this faith will also say those people, we see those people and also negotiate with them, giving them mouth-watering excuses to make sure that what was done to these other people is done in bad faith. So to me, we must be transparent to ourselves. Nigeria does not live in a better tripod. We live in a place where some people carry AK-47s and they are negotiated with, and somebody else is seen with a knockout or a pistol, and the person is charged for illegal possession of firearms. So it's a country where the laws are for some people and the law is for some people. So to me, the federal government should see how best Nnamdi Kanu issue should be nip on the bud, not to cause another worse off crisis in that eastern region.
First and foremost, commend the judge for taking such a stand in such a very, very sensitive case. We all know that the case of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have lingered for this long. I think he was first arrested in 2015, and on and on and on, and the judgment came just a week or so ago. Be that as it may, I think I wouldn't want to belabor myself with the issue of cessationist agitation for states their own right of self-determination, which of course is a rule of customary international law, and it is also enshrined in the International Covenant for Civil and Political Rights of 1966. I think Article 1, Sub 3, that they have a right of self-determination, but there are laid down rules and procedure for that. I think the major charge against him was that related to terrorism on a 7-count charge, and we are looking at the Terrorism Prevention and Prohibition Act of 2022. Somehow, there are laid down penalties for the offense of terrorism, which of course I would say the judge was fair enough to follow such provisions of that law. Even though Nnamdi Kanu was not actually charged under that Terrorism Act of 2022. But however, that would be another case for the appellate court to look into. Then, looking at the socio-political aspect, for now, it seems to be calm. But I am sure that by the time they go on appeal and the case begins to go otherwise, there's going to be a kind of uprising, especially in the southeastern part of Nigeria. And that may not augur well so much for the security aspect of our nation, especially now that we are grappling with the issue of Nigeria being a country of a particular concern by stating from the American president point of view. Of course, I will say here and now that there are so many windows still open for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and for peace to also reign in the southeast. For example, I think there's a rumor making around that leaders, political thoughts, leaders from the southeastern part are trying to lobby the presidency if it can be granted pardon. I think if anybody is trying to question the position of the judge, why will he take such a stern position of life imprisonment? I will say that according to a very good jurisprudential school of thought, it said law can be defined as what the court says it is. So I believe the judge also follow that line of wanting to look at the law of terrorism and see that Nnamdi Kanu is given just what he deserves. I want to say here, as one who is abreast with the law to some extent by the grace of God, from the day he decided to defend himself, that he doesn't need the services of his lawyers, I think that was a very great error on his part, because the lawyers, they have the law at their breast and they have a way of also using persuasive arguments to sway the courts. And I hope that he will learn from this so that during appeal, he will allow his lawyer to take over the case. I think with this little, I can say, I hope that it will not escalate to a kind of uprising as regard to the issue of security, especially in the eastern part of Nigeria.
Having heard all that has been said from our respondents about the judgment that was actually given to the IPOB leader, some are of the opinion that it was a well-deserved judgment, while some are saying that the judgment should have been treated with human face and that he deserved to be pardoned. It's Viewpoints on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji, and bye for now.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
This is Ahwa Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin Aqua Seed. Ayo or Aqua game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Aqua game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Well, everyone is a hero online until the chips are down, until you meet the person you're talking to one-on-one, face-to-face, when you can no longer hide behind the keypad. Well, is that who you are? Well, that's exactly what we're going to be discussing tonight on the Guys Hangout Show on independent television, reaching you live from the city of Benin. Now, for those that are just joining us for the first time, the Guys Hangout Show is a show that teaches men to put themselves first, to invest in themselves, to prioritize themselves, just so they will be able to live up to society's expectation. My name is Harry Aikboje, and of course it's always a pleasure to have you join me on the Guys Hangout Show. And tonight isn't going to be an exception. Well, tonight we have a very, very interesting topic, something that has to do with hiding behind the keyboard or the keypad just to talk tough. We're talking cyberbullying. Well, I'm sure a lot of us out there are already familiar with bullying, okay? But what about cyberbullying? Now, that's exactly what we're going to be beaming our searchlight on tonight. And to do this with me is, my very good friend, the one and only Emmanuel Walter. Welcome on board, bro.
I'm really, anytime I'm here, I'm always happy.
Yes, I can imagine how excited it feels to be, seated there.
Yeah, on the hot seat, actually.
Absolutely. I know, I can imagine how hot it is, but, that's basically what the Guys Hangout Show is about, right?
Yeah.
We bring people, to occupy the hot seat just so they can, do us the honor of examining most of these topical issues with us. Now, we have a very interesting topic, Walter.
Okay.
Cyberbullying. First off, what's bullying to you?
Bullying. What's bullying? Bullying is oppression. You're oppressing someone you feel a weaker opponent. You feel because you are stronger than him or you are bigger than him, then you can just oppress him and take anything from him.
Okay.
With force, with the use of force. So
in a nutshell, bullying is oppression.
Yes.
Intimidation.
Yes.
Okay, so let's now take it beyond the physical, because I think your definition pretty much speaks to
the physical
form
realm
of it, right?
Yeah.
But let's take it beyond the physical now.
Okay.
Cyberbullying. What is it to you?
Now, it's almost just the same.
Okay.
It's the oppression. It's the intimidation. Only that now you are not doing it online. And not only are you doing it online, you are not doing it directly to the person.
With your full chest, like they say.
With your full chest, you understand? You are hiding behind the screen of your phone. In most cases, if you ever see that person face to face, if you don't have the power to challenge that person.
Or to say the same things that you're saying online.
Or to say the same thing you are saying to that person. You understand? You might ever be scared, you might ever be shivering. You understand? But because now you are hiding behind the screen of your phone, you feel you have all the power in the world.
Okay.
You get to talk to that person, to intimidate that person. That's cyberbullying.
Okay, so here's the next question I would love to ask. Why do some persons become so confident to, bully other persons online? What gives them that much courage?
First of all, like I said, because you are not meeting that person in physical. the heroes. You are the hero now. You are a hero behind your own phone screen, behind your own keyboard. You understand? So you are giving full. You feel like you have
immunity.
Yes, there's nothing, and I think there's always this anonymous of a thing now that they can't trace you safe. They can't trace you. They can't know who you are. So now being anonymous now, knowing that there's no way they are going to trace you, you just feel you can say, you can do.
Are you talking about people deliberately hiding their identity online?
Yes.
Like no profile whatsoever?
No profile whatsoever. Just for this cyberbullying. You understand? There's also cyber stalking.
Yeah, can you throw a little more light on that?
Cyber stalking now, you are just obsessed
with the person.
You understand? Some people actually, they don't take it lightly with cyber stalking. They don't actually take it lightly with cyber stalking. You understand? Because now you are following their pages back to back, always checking their new posts. You get, every now and then you are always on their page. You are not doing any other thing on social media.
You're just following them.
Following them on their
monitoring
page.
Their activities.
Monitoring their activities. If they get a new shirt, if they get a new car, you are just following them. And now that is also affecting your own mentality, because you are feeling now, I'm better than him. Does he have two heads?
So the essence of doing that is to, compete with the person.
Yes. That's another reason why. Now, the cyberbullying now, let's merge cyberbullying and cyber stalking together now. In the process of stalking this person, you understand, you're seeing the person
as inferior,
getting cars, getting things that you can't afford. Now you are feeling, does he have two heads?
Okay.
Is he better than you? The next thing that will come to your mind now is how to tarnish his image, that person's image. You come online, you start seeing stuffs about that person. You start seeing stuff about that person. You start harassing the person. The person does not know you from Adam. You don't know the person from Adam. You only know him through the social media. In most cases, I'm not sure, I've not even come across your own page on social media. So now you are doing this now just to chase clouds, to attract attention. People should also notice. People are noticing that person now. They should also notice you, that you yourself, you are also here.
Okay.
You get.
Now, I want us to get more practical with this. I think there's also a category of people on social media that are called trolls.
Yeah.
Right? Who are trolls, and how do people troll other people?
These trolls of the people now, they are, let me use this example now. A person is a stan of an artist. You know what a stan means? Is a diehard fan. Of that artist. Now, another person just come online. Let me say two artists. They're arguing. They have their own minor issues between themselves. Yet the fans now, they are taking it extreme.
Personal.
They are taking it personal. You see the fans of this artist saying things about the other artist, bad words about the other artist, and the fan of that other artist, you cannot just sit and watch them insult your own artist. You must retaliate. Now the thing has left the artist and gone to the fans. Before you know, the fans start harassing each other online, start bullying each other online.
Okay, that's trolling.
That's trolling. Now they keep doing this. In most of the time, it's just for clouds.
Okay, so does trolling also entail, deliberately saying hurtful words to someone on social media?
Yes.
Irrespective of their status?
Irrespective of their status, yes. That's also part of the trolling.
Okay, so if, for instance, I just wake up one morning and decide to, say some very disparaging things to anyone that I deem fit, that's trolling, isn't it?
That's trolling, yes. That's trolling. You are actually trolling. You are bullying that person online because the person did nothing wrong.
Okay.
He did nothing wrong. He did not offend you in any way. You just decided to wake up one morning and you come across one post that maybe the post is hurting you. You understand? The next thing, you start harassing that person. That's trolling. You are trolling that person.
Okay, so how, in what ways, or what are the emotional and psychological effects of cyberbullying on teenagers particularly?
Yeah, mental health always goes first. You understand? Because whatever we do in life, it affects us up there.
Okay.
You get, so mental health is something that the kid will keep on thinking. Imagine your phone keep on popping and someone is bullying you online. You keep on seeing that notification you get of someone saying stuff about you, harassing you online. Makes you lose concentration. You get, if it's something now that is not common, that everybody knows about, you might want to stay indoor. That affects your social, the way you socialize with others.
Your social life.
Your social life, you understand? You might not want to go to school again. You don't expect that kid who is thinking of his social media life to be able to pass his exam. So it affects the mental health a lot.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So let's also look at how this affects the academic performance of young people. It's no news that a lot of young people are very active on social media.
Yeah.
Okay. You just made mention of how it affects them academically.
Yeah.
In what practical ways does it, distract them from, focusing on their academics?
Normally in social media, when we say social media and our teenagers now, social media affects our teenagers a lot academically, because the time that they are supposed to be in their books, they're supposed to be with their books.
Using it to surf the net.
Using to surf the net. They're on each social media platform, doing one or two things online, keeping themselves busy.
Okay.
You understand? If you are reading your books, if you are with your books, nobody will come and bully you at home with your book. You get?
So social media in itself is a distraction.
It's a distraction. You get? Now, social media now, there's already a distraction. You are on it and someone is bullying you on that social media. You want to fight back. You get? You have upcoming exams and someone is bullying you. All your mind won't be focused on that exam, will be focused on how to revenge to that person, how to talk back. What the next word, okay, you are thinking now, what's going to be his next word now? What is he going to say next now? How will I reply him? How will I say something that's going to hurt him, that's going to turn the tables around?
So you're already emotionally and psychologically invested in it.
Invested in that already. That's it. I think I have there's a friend of mine who's actually an upcoming artist, and when he got signed by a record label, the record label is not actually big like that also. It's just an upcoming record label. And I think someone just came online one morning and started saying the record label is this, is that, for signing that my colleague. You get, like that, instead of the record label to that money,
they made the wrong choice.
They made the wrong choice. The money that they are going to invest on that guy, they are supposed to use the money to do other things that's going to benefit them. Now,
imagine the psychological effect that will have on the guy.
Yes, not even on the guy. The guy might, okay, am I want to, okay, let me be here. At least it's something that's going to push me further to do more. Now, this is someone that is already having his fans. His fans are already growing. Now, imagine, let's say, 2 of his fans now, they have upcoming exams, and they'll decide to come online and start replying the person that wake up in the morning just to troll the artist. You understand? So you see where it affects both mentally, academically, and socially.
All right, let's see how the role that peer pressure has to play in all of this. Does the peer pressure have anything to do with this?
Yeah, peer pressure has a lot to do with it. Most times, the bullying, the cyberbullying, in some cases, they are from our friends. Let me say, friends that we have personal vendettas with in real life that can't stand up to us, you understand? They'll go to the social media space, create unknown profile, or go anonymous and start names. For instance, now, if a possibility of that friend knowing some of your dark secrets, your secrets
use them against you.
It might use them against you, and you will not be like, what I did in secret is now on social media. You understand? So peer pressure, friendship is also a part of it.
Okay, do you think schools or school authorities should punish, students who indulge in cyberbullying?
Yes. Because now the social media now, the cyberbullying is not what you say what happened in room should remain in room. No, it's not going to be like that, because your phone is with you. You keep on seeing notification. You are always online wherever you are going. Now you are in class now. Schools that let kids take their phone to school. You are in class now and the teacher is teaching. A notification pop up. It's someone harassing you. You are distracted from the teacher. Now, if the school notices such, they should take drastic action in protecting the welfare of the affected, of the victim.
So what measures do you think the school authority could possibly take to, curb it, to nip it in the bud?
If the bully is someone that they can track down, they should track the bully down.
Okay.
Caution the person involved in such acts. If it's someone that they can't track down, they can support the child or the victim emotionally, counseling. Watch his movements, make sure, because this bullying of a thing now, some people can take it extremely and decide it leads them to depression, that their hearts, people that their hearts are not strong, their body isn't strong to such plays. Let me say it's a play, such play, you understand? They will take it extremely, overthinkers or overthink this stuff when they are alone. They might not, you might not see it when they are in the group. You understand? When they are with their friends, but when they are alone, they are overthinking this thing and it's affecting them deep down. So the school can help them emotionally.
All right. It has also been discovered that some victims of cyberbullying do not speak up. Why is that? Why do they find it hard to report, such cases to the appropriate authorities?
One of their major fear is fear of not being understood.
Okay.
You understand?
Fear of not being understood.
Not being understood. Yeah.
Okay.
They might report to someone older than them, and the person might not really understand what is happening. So it won't take the case serious. In other cases now, the parents will want to take the phone away from them. Say, the parents will think that that is the best move to make. That since someone is bullying you online, the best move to make is you not being online. At least if the person is not seeing you online, is not going to bully you anymore. So that fear now of making them, taking their phones away from them, making them going back to the analog age is part of the reasons why they don't speak up. They prefer to keep everything in silence and bear the pain, and for them to speak up, and they are not digital anymore.
Okay, how can bystanders or people who witness cyberbullying help in putting an end to it?
Instead of them being bystanders, I think they should become upstanders.
How?
They should stand up to issues like this. You can report the accounts of the bully. You can report the account of the bully. You can report to the social media security team. And say an account is doing such and such, which is violating your community standard, your rules and regulation. So do your best to do something about it. Little thing can help. Also, you can also enter DM the victim and also let the victim know that you're seeing what is going on and you are not in support of it. See how you are going to help. See how you are going to help. Anyhow, as much as possible, try to help the victim.
Okay, are there signs that one can look out for, for someone who might be undergoing cyberbullying? Are there any ways to identify somebody who might be a victim of cyberbullying?
Yeah. When the person, you notice a teen now who is cheerful, playful, always with people, and the next thing you see is always alone, is a sign.
Suddenly withdrawn. Or suddenly someone that is usually online, always with the phones, then the next thing you notice that all accounts has been deleted, is also another sign. Try to check and see what is going on with that kid. Okay, what roles do you think parents and guardians can play to mitigate against cyberbullying?
You just have to communication is better. Try to communicate with your
children and words.
With children and words. Try to communicate with them more often. You understand? Let them speak. You know, in some cases now, the parents don't want to feel like they are the best. You get? They'll keep on advising, but they don't want to hear from the child. In this case, hear from the child. Hear what is really going on with that child. You get? The teachers, the parents, instead of taking the phones from that child, let the child know that I'm going to support you. I'm going to help you to overcome this phase that you are in now, because it's definitely a phase that most people must pass through.
Okay.
You understand? Mostly as kids, because I was once a victim of cyberbullying. You get? So it's definitely a phase. So let them know that you are there to support them, to help them to overcome that phase. Don't just stigmatize them. Try to understand them.
Okay.
You get?
All right, thank you so much. There's a certain act that a lot of social media users are guilty of, and they are probably not even aware that they are guilty of it, right? There is a post that is cyberbullying someone.
Okay.
Right? It's clearly, you know, should I say, a troll post aimed at somebody else. And then some of us see some of these posts and just share them or repost them.
Yeah.
Could that be considered an act of cyberbullying as well?
Yes, you're also a victim of it. You're also a victim of it.
A victim or a perpetrator?
A victim. A perpetrator, sorry.
Okay.
A perpetrator of cyberbullying. Let's use this scenario now. A single person threw a stone to someone. You can call that an assault. You get? But when a group of people each throw stones to that one single person, it's called stoning.
Okay.
You get? So now everybody, they are all involved. You get? They are all perpetrators of that act. So you resharing, you reposting that post, you are spreading the news. You get? You are a perpetrator of it, and definitely you yourself should also be punished. So better still, stay away from it. Desist from such acts.
Okay. Can cyberbullying be taken from, you know, the internet to the physical?
Yes.
Is it possible for it to transcend the internet and become a physical affair?
Yes. Imagine, like we said now, most of these people doing cyberbullying, that are involved in this cyberbullying, they don't have the mind to challenge that person that they are bullying in physical. For instance, somebody bullies me now, and I meet the person in physical, and I discover that this person that has bullying me online is someone that I can deal with.
Okay.
And the damage he has made online is already much already. I want to react.
Okay.
Now we are already abusing ourselves in physical. Are you not bullying me online? All those you understand all those kind of stuff.
Confront the person.
Confront the person. Before you know, in my little fight, before you know, damages and.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Emmanuel Walters, for your very, very interesting insight. What would be your final word to victims of cyberbullying out there in less than 30 seconds?
One of my final words is that it's not everybody you see you want to challenge online. You understand? You see, a pig, if you are playing with a pig is a dirty animal.
Yes.
If you are playing with a pig, you also need to be dirty. You also get dirty.
Okay.
And the pig loves seeing you dirty.
Okay.
You understand? So seeing you dirty now is fun.
To the pig.
To the pig.
But you might not find it fun.
You might not find it fun enough. But to the pig is fun. So it's not everybody you challenge online. You see some people, you can block instantly. Or you just keep silent. Let him, they say silence is the best answer. I'll give it to a fool.
Okay.
You understand? So once you keep it silent, he keeps talking and talking and talking, and he sees you are not, nobody is replying him. Himself will know that, okay, I need to chill on this. You get?
All right. Thank you very much, Emmanuel Walters. Well, I think that's my own parting words to everyone out there. Be mindful of who you cyberbully.
Yeah.
You know, some persons will not let it end there. Some persons will track you down.
Take to the physical.
Trust me, it's and you won't find it funny at all. Okay. I know a lot of persons, hide behind their keyboards to perpetrate all sorts of, vices on social media. But just have it in mind that just like Emmanuel Walter said, not everyone should be messed with. All right? Desist from cyberbullying. If you have scores to settle with anyone, try to, confront them one-on-one. It's better that way. In fact, it's even more courageous than you hiding behind your keypad just to, bully them. Cyberbullying is totally wrong. Say no to cyberbullying. Well, it's been the Guys Hangout Show on Independent Television. A big thank you to Emmanuel Walter once again, and of course to you out there for taking out time to be with us on the show. My name is Harry Aigboje, and until I come your way again, same time, same station next week, do the right thing, stay out of trouble, and have yourself a blissful night rest. Bye for now.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Ọba Ajayi.